And who uses this right now?
The County of Los Angeles.
The county uses it. Okay. So you're just exploring the possibility of what
We
would be
believe
the
it'll
funding.
save us money. It will take 3 election cycles or 6 years to pay for itself. But after that, again, it eliminates the human error and also saves money because you need less staff.
And joining us now is June Lagme, City Clerk for the City of Los Angeles. Ms. Lagme, welcome to Council Week in Review.
Thank you for inviting me, Jack. Thank you very much.
Before we get into what the council action just now means, you've been with the city a long time. We just saw you inaugurated on the 1st of July, of course, but I think you go all the way back to when I first moved to L.A., and Peggy Stevenson was my city council member.
Oh, yes, that's right. I have 28 years of wonderful city service. I did work as a council district aide to Councilwoman Stevenson back in the day. I also had out-of-city experience with Assemblywoman Gloria Molina, and I missed the city though, and I came back and I worked an internship under Mayor Bradley, and then 7 years for Mayor Reardon, 4 years for Mayor Hahn, 4 years for Mayor Villaraigosa as legislative coordinator, and also 6 years in the city clerk's office. And we ran elections at that time from a legislative angle, and I was legislative assistant to Budget and Finance Committee. So I'm very happy to come home to the city clerk's office, and I'm very gratified to be there. Thank you.
So you really know where all the bodies are buried in City Hall. Tell us about the official duties of the city clerk. And by the way, who do you report to?
I report directly to the mayor and to the council. The mayor appoints me, and I am confirmed by the city council, so that is my responsibility. The city clerk, I use a little mental acronym with apologies to our retirement system lacers. How I remember what the city clerk's office does is L is for land records. We do keep records and maintain records of all property ownership information in the city of Los Angeles. A is for administrative services. The city clerk is the fiscal and personnel agent for not only its own office, but the mayor, the city council, and the chief legislative analyst. We also take care of business improvement districts and administer the General City Purposes Fund. C is for Council and Public Services. We are the administrative support for the council committees, and we provide the minute clerks for the full council. C is also for Creative Services. We take care of all the beautiful decorative scrolls and proclamations that the elected officials pass out. E is for Elections, and that's primarily what we're here to talk about. We run the city municipal elections every other year. And R is for Records Management. We are the charged record holders for official City of Los Angeles records, and we also hold on to the historical archives, and we have a lot of interesting stuff dating back to when LA was just a sleepy little pueblo. S is for Systems, and that is our wonderful support system that automates and makes sure that all the work that we do in our other sections are kept electronically accurate. So they are our systems people.
Well, let's go with category E first, as you mentioned. Current election system for the city has been deemed adequate. What's the problem? Can we simply not afford to replace it?
Our voting, Los Angeles is a precinct, at-poll precinct model, and our voting system is old, but it is workable. The thing is in order for us to be able to go for a completely new state-of-the-art voting system would be extremely expensive, and we put an RFP out in 2008, which is what we were explaining to the council a couple of days ago. Anywhere from the range from $18 to $40 million. So it was the best opinion and analysis of our office in conjunct with the rest of the review panel that it's probably best to watch what the county registrar recorder is going to do. And then partner with them, leverage our dollars with them in either purchasing or leasing a complete voting system with them. The voting system we have now is old, but it is workable. We have a very good reputation for running immaculate elections. We do run elections in every odd-numbered year, every other year. And the county runs theirs in every even year, so that's how we are able to, use their equipment.
You're referring to the IncaVote system?
IncaVote is a different concept. IncaVote is a technology which came into play after the 2004 presidential election where we do not punch out votes, so we don't have situations with hanging chads or anything anymore. InkVote is a process by which your choice is actually inked in onto the ballot and then is read by a scanner. And so that's what you're referring to, is the technology by which the vote is actually read into the scanning system.
Oh, I see. So those are really two different categories of concept there.
Two different things, yeah.
Right, got it. Speaking of things I don't completely get, watching the council discussion and watching the council vote just now, what did they actually vote to do, and what is it you're going to do next?
We broke our recommendations down into 3 sections. Module 1 is the entire voting system, a new system from scratch. And as I was saying, that's very expensive, and none of the responders are actually certified by the state of California. Our current system, although it is old, it is getting conditional certification from the Secretary of State on a election-by-election basis. So what we told the council is, instead of, putting aside all the voting equipment and machinery and systems that we have now, instead of buying a very expensive system, let's watch what the county does. Let's partner with them. They are looking into a public-private partnership. Maybe we could leverage our dollars. And because we are hand in hip joined with the county, being a smaller city within the larger county registrar recorder structure, Module 3 was going to be a mail management system. We also examined the responders and said, no, at this time we're not recommending that we go with them, but we did ask the council, and they gave us approval to use the county system and let them provide a fee structure for the use, since they already have a system in place. The one module that we are interested in purchasing, though, Module 2, is a vote-by-mail automation system with integrated inserting. This would be to check the signatures of vote-by-mail. We do this by hand now. It's very laborious. It's very time-intensive. And to buy the machine that would do this electronically would be a cost of about $30,000. We are asking that the council allow the city administrative officer to figure out a financing plan, because if we are able to purchase that small subsystem, it would pay for itself in 2 or 3 election cycles, and would also, being automated, would reduce human error. So that was one small component that we thought could be interesting, but it's up to the CAO to find a financing plan and up to the council to decide whether or not to pay for it.
You've mentioned a couple of times now in the past couple of minutes the notion of having the city systems be exactly the same, or at least closely aligned with the county systems, and that makes perfect sense, of course. What about the state? What role would the state play in our local elections?
Well, the state's elections is run on a completely different structure. I believe the county registrar recorder administers the state elections. Mainly what we rely on the state for, though, is advice for accreditation, such as making sure that the voting equipment of our city voting systems is accredited. And other than that, making sure that we are in compliance with all the state laws that govern municipal elections. Other than that, we don't have that too much interface with them.
So if I understand you, you're saying the Secretary of State currently, Deborah Bowen, I believe, would have to actually certify that the system and equipment that you're using
As
really
would
is
any
appropriate.
municipality in the state, that is correct.
Very good. Obviously, vote by mail, big discussion this week. I think it's going to come back before council in a few weeks. How important do you think vote by mail is going to become in the near future?
Vote by mail is a big item on the election horizon. The parameter and the face of the electorate has changed. People are more mobile. People are more used to on-the-go type of living. So I know that the council members are very interested in, as we all are, increasing vote by mail, because depending simply and purely on at-vote precinct voting, the returns are often disappointing. It is very convenient to vote by mail. We try very hard to push campaigns for people to vote by mail. People can also enroll for a permanent vote by mail status, which is great, because then you just get your ballot in the mail for every election and you don't even have to worry about your polling place. But what the council was talking about a couple of days ago were a couple of motions introduced by then Wendy Krewell, Councilwoman, and now Greg Smith, where for district-specific elections, such as the special election that we're running now to fill the vacancy in Council District 2, if those could be run purely by vote by mail. So we are analyzing that. We will be providing a report to the council, to the Rules and Elections Committee, and for the full council for them to decide if this is something that they want to do.
A lot of people have thought that maybe vote by mail might be an easy target for voter fraud. Are those concerns justified, do you think?
No, they're not justified. Vote by mail, as any of our other voting processes, have many layers of fail-safe built into them. The signatures are analyzed carefully, and vote by mail is every bit as safe as at-poll voting.
Your office, of course, about to take on the new task of conducting neighborhood council elections with, 89 councils or whatever it is this week. How will you be able to conduct those elections in addition to everything else you told us you're responsible for?
It is a challenge, but the main point which allows us to be able to do this is the fact that we will run the neighborhood council elections in the years that we are not running municipal elections. So we will run the 80-some neighborhood council elections next year in the year 2010. We will have a range of months that those elections will be held, which we are gearing up for now and have been throughout 2009. When we are done with the neighborhood council elections in the year 2010, then that frees us up to concentrate on preparing for and administering the municipal elections in year 2011.
Of course, when there are elections in the city, your office, Frank Martinez, for many years, and he would come on this program and do it, would say that you need poll workers, not volunteer positions, though, obviously. Tell us about your poll worker program and how people get involved.
We always need poll workers, especially those that are multilingual and or who speak the 6 federally mandated different languages. Our poll worker phone number is 866-899-8683. We do provide training. And there is a stipend of, I believe it's $85 for the clerk position and $100-some for the inspector position. You do have to take the training, but it's a great experience. A lot of people find it rewarding, and they do it year after year. But we always can use more, and especially those that are bilingual.
Are there enough poll workers, by the way? It seems to me that over the past 15, 20 years, the number of polls out there have actually contracted, and several precincts are being lumped together in one poll.
I don't know if that's a fact. I know that there was a year that we tried all vote by mail with what we call voting centers. In other words, instead of many precincts spread out, many ballot places spread out through the precinct, we would have 8-10 regional polling centers combined with vote by mail. It is expensive to do it that way, so it's going to be up to the council. These are policy decisions where the council is going to have to make decisions. Do we stay with the precinct model? Do we go for a vote by mail with regional voting centers? Do we go all vote by mail? Do we do electronic voting? These are the challenges that will face the city electeds in the years to come.
Very good. Well, if people, believe you gave the poll worker number, people have election questions of any kind, how do they contact the office of the city clerk in general?
There's 2 ways. You can go to our city website, go to www.lacity.org and just click on the city clerk's office. You will see all of our different divisions come up, and elections will be one of them, and you are more than welcome to contact our office. If you have questions about how elections work, or if you want to participate, we always need translators. We appreciate people that can outreach to the different ethnic and disabled communities. Elections only work if people participate, because we are a democracy. So we do encourage you to contact our office and get involved.
Excellent, and we hope you'll come back and join us many times here on Council Week in Review. Thanks so much, June Lagme, new city clerk for the City of Los Angeles.
Thank you.
The deadline to register to vote in each election is 15 days before that particular election. Now, you may register by completing a registration by mail form. These forms are available throughout Los Angeles County at most county buildings, city halls, fire stations, libraries, the DMV, public assistance offices, and, of course, post offices. Watch Council Week in Review for highlights of the week's meetings and listen for item numbers associated with those discussions you have an interest in. Then go to the World Wide Web and view those discussions using the City of Los Angeles Video on Demand feature. visit the city's website at lacity.org and follow the instructions on the screen. Remember, you can watch all Los Angeles City Council meetings live in their entirety on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays beginning at 10 a.m. On Sundays, you can watch the replay of all the week's meetings, also beginning at 10 a.m. Well, that concludes our program for the week ending October 23rd, 2009. On behalf of Francisco Montano and everyone here at LA City View, Channel 35, I'm Jack Popejoy. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
Moving is so much of who we are. It's easy to take it for granted. Multiple sclerosis stops people from moving. We exist to make sure it doesn't. The National Multiple Sclerosis Society is a collective of passionate individuals united by a common goal to address the challenges of each person whose life is affected by MS. We believe that moving is not just something you can or can't do, but rather is who you are. That if you are alive, you move along with, because of, and in spite of the great big turning world. Join the movement, the National Multiple Sclerosis Society, at nationalmssociety.org.
Hey, buddy! You with the stupid hat! Come here. Closer. No parking! Do you know what happens when you park illegally on these narrow hillside streets? You block the street so emergency vehicles can't pass. Each year, homes are destroyed and lives are lost because of drivers like you who park illegally! And you know what else? You can get a citation! And you can be towed!
Help us get to the emergency. The life we save just might be yours. How'd you know?
The ball called.
Hey, look out for the pothole!
LA City View, Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Today is Friday, October the 30th, 2009. This is the Los Angeles City Council. We are awaiting a quorum. I want to welcome everybody to City Hall and to the Los Angeles City Council chambers. And this is a meeting of the Los Angeles City Council. Council meets 3 times per week on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. All meetings are always open to the public. And for those who cannot make it to City Hall, the meetings are televised via cable Channel 35 and can be viewed by visiting our website at www.lacity.org or on council phone at 213-621-CITY. Now, we are still awaiting 4 members so that we have a full quorum so that we can begin the meeting. So I would ask those members who are in the building to please come downstairs as quickly as possible so that we can get the meeting. We have a number of actions we have to take before 11 o'clock a.m. this morning. Mr. Koretz is excused. Mr. Smith is excused. Mr. Garcetti will be arriving momentarily. And for the others, if you would please make your way to the council chamber, Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Huizar, Mr. Reyes, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Wesson, please make your way to the council chamber as quickly as possible. Mr. Huizar, Mr. Alarcon is in the back and will be in here momentarily. Mr. Huizar, Mr. Reyes, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Wesson, if you would please make your way to the council chamber as quickly as possible as we are awaiting quorum. Mr. Huizar, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Wesson, and Mr. Alarcona, as soon as you can, please come to the council chambers so that we can begin the council meeting. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wesson. We are still waiting for Mr. Huizar and Mr. Rosendahl. We are awaiting one more person for quorum, Mr. Huizar or Mr. Rosendahl. As quickly as you can arrive, we can begin the meeting. Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Lamonge.
Madam President, may I just introduce some great students from Coral
Yes, that'll be
Foundation
fine.
who are here right now? And
Why don't you recognize
we
me?
can recognize the students from Coral. Give them a big hand from all over the United States. Thank you so much, Madam President.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the Los Angeles Council Chamber. We are awaiting the arrival of Mr. Huizar or Mr. Rosendahl, so we will then have a quorum and can begin the meeting. right, we have a quorum for the Los Angeles City Council meeting. Madam Clerk, if you would please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Han, Weezer, Koretz, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 10 members present, and a quorum, Madam President.
First item of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Parks moves, Mr. Zine seconds.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Reyes moves, and again, Mr. Parks seconds.
Madam President, do you wish to go through the agenda?
Yes, let's go through the agenda, please.
First items are items for which public hearings have been held, items 1 through 9.
All right, members, are there any specials?
I'm sorry, Madam President, I believe there is a request to continue item number 3 to November 18th.
All right, and I will call number 2 special on behalf of Mr. Garcetti. And if you will, open the roll on the remaining items. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes. And Madam President, just for the record, on the ordinance on item number 1 goes over for 1 week.
Thank you very much. Next item.
Next items are items for which public hearings have not been held, items 10 through 18. 10 votes are required for consideration.
All right, and I would like to call item 11 special for Perry, items 12 and 13 for Garcetti, and
16 and 17 for cards?
items 16 and 17, I believe there's cards in on those.
Yes, and on item number 10, there's no action required on that item. That's just a placeholder type item.
All right, that is called special for cards also. All right, so then if we have any remaining items, let's open the roll on those. Close the roll. Oh, sorry, Mr. Parks? Yeah, it was called special, thank you. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Next item.
Next item on the continuation agenda is item number 19, and that's an item for which public hearing has been held.
All right, I'm calling that special on behalf of Mr. Alarcon.
And then the next item on the continuation is item number 20, and that's a closed session. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
Yes, we'll hold that on the desk.
Then would council like to go back to the items called special, or?
Do we need to open the roll on the remaining items in that section?
The next items are the special meeting. Do you wish to recess the regular meeting? Oh, I'm sorry, it's 10:30.
No, we have to wait
That has
10
to wait till
minutes.
10:30.
All right, so any remaining items we need to open the roll?
No, that would be,
Okay.
unless council wishes to take up item number 2.
All right, we'll take up item number 2 right now. Is there anyone, there's no one who wishes to speak on the queue on item number 2. So would you please open the roll, close the roll, then tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That will be sent forthwith immediately.
And Madam President, a vote needs to be taken to suspend the rules on that, so that can be signed right away.
All right, I know that's time
And
sensitive.
10 votes are required to suspend the rules.
All right, thank you very much. We have to take a vote on a motion to suspend the rules. If I can get a motion from the floor to suspend the rules. Mr. Parks makes a motion. Can I have a second on that motion? Second by Mr. Reyes. Thank you. All right, you open the roll on suspending the rules. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
All right, the matters before us.
Yeah, and that
We need
would
to vote
suspend
again?
the rules, so that would be complete on that item.
All right, great. So we'll get that to the mayor as quickly as possible. All right, thank you very much. Next item.
Did you wish to do the presentations at this time, or finish the rest of the agenda?
All right, first person we'll call up is Mr. Tom Labange from the Council District Number 4. Mr. Labange, are you prepared to go?
Madam President, I'm joined with a great councilman in the 8th District, and because today is Pat Harvey Day in the city of Los Angeles. Okay. It is a very special day today, Pat, because we're celebrating your 20th anniversary on television. You've been a great calming and informing voice for all of Southern California. You've done such a great job, and the mayor and the city council, along with our city attorney and our controller, wanted to unanimously salute you for all your work. And I wanted to say that in Channel 9, you and Jerry Dunphy were the first to have the 3-hour primetime newscast. Let's hear it for the late, great Jerry Dunphy, who was such a great friend. Over the course of time, you've traveled extensively around the world. You have a beautiful family, you have a beautiful husband. Ken Lombard, give him a big hand. Former Water and Power Commissioner. All right. But your travels, I think the great thing about travel, you get aware and familiar with plights of other people around the world, and your passion when you report, when you sit in that chair, when you inform Southern California is so clear. As events have taken place around the world, you've had the opportunity to cover such the first time all-race event took place in South Africa, reporting from the Salvador on the Civil War and the strife that was there, and also in 2005 on the election of Pope Benedict. You were there for Channel 9. Now, I call it Channel 29 now because you got 2 and 9 together, which is so special, but you may be on Channel 9, but you're number 1 in our hearts. Is that right, Bernard? Right. That's right. Okay. Throughout this journalistic endeavor, you've also educated millions of viewers on the challenges of all kinds of illness, all kinds of health-related issue, the challenges of women and the effect that it has on areas of great concern. You've done an absolutely wonderful job, and I wanted to salute you, and I'm honored now to be here with Bernard and ask that Bernard say a few things, because he's known you a long time and loves you just as much as I do. Bernard Parks! Okay, thank you. I'm not going to leave it.
Thank you very much, Tom. I do want to say a couple of words about Pat Harvey. I think what's important for us to realize is that we can remember when she came here from Detroit a short 20 years ago, but to sit in that chair as an anchor each and every day and to be able to gain the confidence of the community and be able to pass on that news is a remarkable challenge. The one thing that I think separates her from so many people on television is she's actually a reporter. She just doesn't read the news. She actually knows North and South. She knows the communities. And just as I saw her 2 weeks ago, what she spends a lot of time doing is that she is in the community, that she is out at the grand opening of a synthetic turf field at Exposition Park. She's giving her time. She's doing stories about those community events and activities. She's bringing every community to television as opposed to just the sound bites that we see so often. And so we are always appreciative of the quality of work that she has done and the fact that she has taken on so many tasks that have benefited this entire city. So, Pat, congratulations.
Mr. Labange, we have a speaker on the queue also.
We're going to get to them first, but we're going to say roll them, Katrina, right now. We're going to get a little video history.
When she first started working, she came out and she did an interview. She was such a nice young lady. And at that time, people come out, but they look like they be scared because they in what. So you know when they're scared because they jitter. She was so relaxed.
I love being out and listening to people's stories and then telling them on the air. The major earthquake in '94, that was incredible. I had never experienced an earthquake before. We actually had freeways collapsing on one another. So to be able to direct people where to go, where to get supplies, relief, that was an amazing sense of pride.
To Pat Harvey, you know I love you. I want to say happy 20th anniversary. You and I go all the way back to Michigan days, and to see you just grow and grow and grow and do all the things you've been able to do on Channel 9 and be able to really give us the news, but in your special way. And you have a quality that is unmatched by anybody.
The riots affected me greatly. I remember being on the air when the Blatney verdict Rodney King Burdick came in. To be on the air and to try to talk with some calmness and dignity about a place where I lived, that was very challenging, but we got through it.
Pat, you're the consummate professional, but you also have a magnetic quality of really being so personable and inviting to your listening audience. But equally as important as being an outstanding journalist, you've been a caring person who has been deeply involved with and supportive of the community, so that you are a true asset to KCAL 9 and to Los Angeles.
Even in our own communities, I've seen people suffering, and I know what it's like for a child to go to school hungry. The community, which is, to me, has been the strongest sense of what I feel in Los Angeles, even though we have so many different communities. I carried the Olympic torch, and I believe it was 2001 or 2002. I can't tell you the sense of pride I had. All of Los Angeles turned out. People were just lined up on the streets.
She asks nothing. She gives everything. People who come to her are coming to family. Strangers who come to her are coming to family.
I'm so proud of her. I want her to continue in whatever she does, because she certainly have made a role model for many, many, many of our young people, whether it be women or whether it be men.
Whether it be young people, who I totally cherish and love reporting on, to stories of social value like AIDS, of course, to people like a homeless painter made good or trying to find his way. I've just had a tremendous, tremendous time.
Mr. Labange.
Well, thank you very much. A big hand for those folks who put it together. Representing KCAL 9 and KNXT, KCBS. That shows my age, Pat. Okay. Let's have Patrick McClanahan, the general manager and president of KCBS.
Thank you. On behalf of my news director, Nancy Bauer-Gonzalez, everyone at CBS 2 and KCAL 9, I want to thank the City Council for taking this time to honor our dear friend and colleague, Pat Harvey. You know, the older I get, the more I appreciate the concept of being surrounded by good people. People who represent you well no matter where they go, people who treat people with respect and kindness, and people that just by their presence create an atmosphere that's positive and productive. We are blessed at CBS 2 and KCAL 9 to have a lot of good people, many of them represented here today in support of Pat. But right at the top of that list is Pat Harvey. Pat has represented us so well over the last 20 years in the community, in our newsroom, on air. She treats people with respect and kindness. That's why people want to be around her. That's why people want to root for her success, and that's why people want to honor her like we are today. We're a better organization because of Pat Harvey. Pat, we are so honored to be associated with you and so pleased to be able to celebrate this day with you. So congratulations. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, Councilwoman Perry, I know you want me to be brief, and I am.
That's fine. While you have two people who would like to speak to you on the queue, we will start with Mr. Zine and then Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President. Pat Harvey. She's a wife. She's a mom, a broadcaster, a reporter, and a constituent of mine in the 3rd Council District. And to show her love for her child, there was an incident that took place in the Valley at Taft High School one day. And who showed up to make sure her daughter was safe? Pat Harvey. Pat Harvey is what you refer to as an angel amongst angels in the city of the angels. She is not only a professional reporter, a broadcaster, and the station had to expand not only Channel 2, but Channel 2 and 9 together, where you broadcast to all the people of Los Angeles. And people are connected with Los Angeles because of you. Your wonderful husband. The fact is, you have put it all together in this complex situation, living in the City of the Angels, to do it all. And when a community needs you, you're there. When your family needs you, you're there. And here we are acknowledging you in the City Council today. And I know you get goosebumps because it doesn't happen every single day. The years that you've spent in reporting, when you started out and where you are today in this market of Los Angeles, and to have the folks from 2 and 9 here and your colleagues. Jim Hill was here. I think he had to go to another assignment. Dave Bryant's also here. But the people that you work with are here to show their respect, along with all the folks in Los Angeles. I just want to join the accolades to show respect for you, Pat Harvey, for what you've done and what you continue to do for the people of Los Angeles. And for the management of Channel 2 and 9, whenever her contract's up, make sure you renew it so we don't have to go out and protest to keep Pat Harvey in Los Angeles. God bless you, Pat Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Mr. Rosendahl and then Ms. Hahn. Mr. Rosendahl.
I just want to thank you, Pat, for everything you've done for the community. You are an inspiration. I watch you on the news, and I've watched your hair turn different colors and different sizes. But more importantly, having been as a journalist with you, comparing notes over the years when I did my television show and you doing your television show, when you're finished all this stuff, come on and join us on the City Council. We'd love to have your leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl, for your hair commentary. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Madam President. Pat Harvey Day in Los Angeles. I think that is just terrific. I certainly have admired you for so much of your career, and I think, and I know you might get tired of hearing the fact that you are clearly a pioneer and a role model for so many women and young women who still don't have enough role models in, I think, in some of the major industries here in Los Angeles. You have been that, but it's really been your work off camera that I think has touched me so much. Your work with your church, your big heart for people who need a little extra in our big city in Los Angeles. So that is what has always inspired me about you. You clearly are one of my role models and one of the people that inspires me. So congratulations, Pat. And I saw Dave Bryan when I was having coffee across the street in his cute black jeans. And I said, "What are you doing here?" And he said, "I'm here for Pat Harvey Day." So it gave me a heads up that that's what we were doing today, and I was very excited about that. Thank you, and good luck in everything that you do in life. You're a wonderful woman. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. And I know I speak for myself and President Garcetti in adding our words of admiration and great respect for your career, your contributions to the city of Los Angeles, and your honor today is well deserved. So with that, Mr. Labange.
Well, thank you, Madam President. And as we do salute Pat Harvey, on behalf of all of us, joined by Mr. Parks, we call this Pat Harvey Day in the city of Los Angeles. Congratulations, Dad. 20 years.
Wow, I am so terribly overwhelmed. I want to thank the City Council, first of all, Councilman Labange, for this wonderful recognition, to Bill Rosendahl, Dennis Zine, Janice Hahn, Jan Perry, and Eric Garcetti, for your very kind words. I truly appreciate it. I feel so fortunate and blessed to work at a job that I am so passionate about, and that I work for a station that I truly love. I couldn't report to better people than Patrick McClanahan and Nancy Bauer Gonzalez. And as you can see behind me here, with all of the people that are sitting behind me, I truly do love them, and I think they know that. So I appreciate them being here this morning. I've been so happy to serve, and I thank you for entrusting me with the public's trust. And I hope to serve the communities of Los Angeles for another 20 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam President. May I ask that the representatives from the Channel 2 and 9 please stand and be recognized as well. Everybody stand up, all your friends right here.
And I have to, of course, Thank my family, my husband, Ken Lombard, my daughter, Michelle, my nephew, Kyle, my sister, Michelle, my good friends, Gloria came in from Chicago, Deborah Evans, Julie Wamsley, Auntie Jay, and Eva Matura. They helped make my life complete. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Madam President, thank you, and the nuns at the Monastery of the Angels wanted you to have that, Pat.
Thank you
They watch
very
Channel
much.
22 and 9, Channel 29, and always, Pat Harvey Day in LA.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. And Mr. Cardenas, while you are coming up for the next presentation, I'd like to reconsider item 11 from Wednesday. Madam Clerk, do we need to open the roll for reconsideration on
And
that?
Madam President, just for the record, the council file number on that is 090600 sub. And first of all, council needs to suspend the rules in as much as that was sent forthwith on from council on Wednesday. So a 10 vote is required to suspend the rules first.
All right, so we have to first have a motion to suspend the rules? Just a vote. Just a vote. All right, open the roll on that. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
And then a vote for reconsideration?
That's correct.
All right, let's clear the board and then reopen the roll to reconsider. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
And the next step will then be a vote on the ordinance. If you would open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right, and if you would send that forthwith. Thank you very much. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much, Madam President. It's my great privilege and honor as a council member for the City of Los Angeles to make this wonderful presentation and this announcement of 25 years of service and political commentary and acting and funny jokes for the last 25 years from a wonderful troupe, not a gang, a troupe called Culture Clash. I think they're the only three guys in the city of Los Angeles who grew up in the hood who have never been subjected to a gang injunction. Thank God. Hang in there, guys.
Not yet.
Not yet. I said hang in there. We got a new chief coming. We are very privileged to be joined today by a nationally recognized performance trio who are no strangers here in the city of Los Angeles. They were founded by Richard Montoya, Rick Salinas, and Herbert Sigüenza on Cinco de Mayo in 1984. Culture Clash has since become the most prominent Latino performance troupe in the country. In 2009, this marks the 25th year of Culture Clash's artistic excellence in writing and performing political satire, social commentary, stand-up comedy, and performance art on stage, on screen, and on television. Culture Clash has written and starred in some of the most popular plays in the history of theater in Los Angeles, including The Mission, also Bowl of Beings, that's beings, not beans, Chavez Ravine, and Water and Power. In addition to entertaining audiences across the country for the last 25 years, Culture Clash has donated their time and their services to countless not-profit organizations, including Plaza de la Raza, the Wall Memorias, Para los Niños, El Centro de Pueblo, Carecen, and many, many other organizations throughout these 25 years. Culture Clash has also established the Culture Clash Portal Project and Cell Space as an intensive program that seeks writers from all areas in Los Angeles who are interested in developing new stage works rooted in site-specific, interview-based fieldwork that Culture Clash has perfected over the years. In celebration of Culture Clash's 25th year anniversary, the trio has decided to return to their hometown for a special performance tonight at Royce Hall at 8 p.m. on the UCLA campus. Those in attendance tonight will get a sneak peek at the next Culture Clash project entitled Palestine, New Mexico, while the group will also reprise its hits from their very popular Chavez Ravine. And with that, once again, I'd like to remind all Angelenos and all of us council members and people present that you're welcome to come to UCLA tonight to witness this wonderful celebration and event and culmination of 25 years of service, of acting, of jokes, of all kinds of wonderful awareness that they brought to many, many communities beyond the Latino community tonight at UCLA. At this time, who'd like to go first? Okay.
Thank you.
Before you speak, Mr. Reyes would like to say a few words to you.
If I may, first I want to say thank you so much, Councilman Cardenas, for bringing them over to celebrate this momentous occasion. You know, the first time I saw them was up in San Francisco. They were doing a program for United Way up in UC Berkeley. And back then I thought you guys were crazy. And I still think you're crazy. But I think it's great because you don't have any sacred cows. Everyone is fair game. In your analysis and historical depiction in your plays of what happened to Cesar Chavez, what happened to the power struggles in Los Angeles, the plight of the undocumented, the plight of those workers who don't have a voice. You go through the whole spectrum, and you show it in a light that's very informative and yet very funny. And those are the things we don't learn about in high school and in college. We learn about through our hard school of the hard knocks of life. So I thank you for everything you've done. I also look forward to working with you. I do know that we are finishing the RFP process and look forward to seeing you at the Westlake Theater with the work of the CRA and your presence. That'll be their new, I guess, what would you call that? Headquarters, center, home, right there in Westlake. Well, you have 7 Central American countries surrounding you, and as far as populations go. Koreans, Filipinos, Mexicanos. So you have a whole fabric of the community to work with. And I believe, I'm not sure many people know, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a troop that's 1 Chicano and 2 Salvadoreños, right? Not too many people know that. So, congratulations, and que sigan mejor. Gracias.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Huizar.
Thank you very much. Where's Richard? Is Richard around? What happened to him? He didn't wake up? He's working at UC. He's setting up the tables for tonight?
We have Tony Cardenas filling in for him tonight.
All right. He needs to grow his hair.
He was misinformed. He thought there was a gang injunction. He couldn't hang out with you guys. But we cleared it up, but he's not here.
Thanks, fellas, for your 25 years of humor, of laughter, of teaching. And, you know, oftentimes when history is told, a lot of that history is left out. And what you've been able to do through your plays, through your lectures, is you're telling that history from a different perspective. What was it like for those people who got kicked out of Chavez Ravine, who lived there for years? What was it like for Latinos who lived here for a very long time to experience this American legacy, as we call it? And you're telling that from a different perspective. And what I also like about what you do is oftentimes it is not politically correct to say things when we're just talking like this, but you do it through comedy, you do it on stage, and it's something that probably everyone's thinking, but nobody has the guts to say it, and you guys say it, and that's what makes it funny as well. So thank you for the 25 years of laughter. Not only are all of you are talented artistically and do a wonderful job in what you do, but all of you are also involved civically, whether it's through helping nonprofits, helping the city. 2 of you serve on commissions. I don't know what happened to the 3rd. We got to work on that. But all of you are involved in your communities, are involved civically, and that says a lot about you. So congratulations, felicidades, and we look forward to 25 years more. But Herbert, you got to grow some hair by there now, hopefully. Okay. Congratulations again. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Huizar. Now it's your turn.
Thank you. We're very, very proud and humbled by this occasion. 25 years, it's hard to believe that I'm only 29. But we were born in San Francisco, 1984, and of the 25 years, we've been here 19 years. So we're proud to say we're proud Angelinos, even though we're still Giants fans. I'm gonna get hung tonight. So we're really, you know, the city council, the city of LA has embraced us, and this, we call this home. We're proud to be Angelinos now. We're ambassadors of California. We tour all over the nation and bring our humor to the major regionals of the country, and we're really proud and of the work we do, and we'll continue to do. We can't wait to get into the Westlake Theater and start passing the baton to new students, new actors, new writers, and creating the next culture clash. So we just want to thank you very much for this honor. We're very proud of it.
Yeah, thank you. This is whenever we come here, it's such a privilege, and we're very honored, and it's so great because we get to be on television finally again. I think this is one of the only programs where you have positive portrayals of Hispanics. It's the only one that I know of. Well, as you know, we started when we were 10 years old, the Culture Clash in 1984. But it's been a great journey, and everything you've said, Councilman Huizar, Councilman Reyes, it's true. I mean, we really carry this badge of honor from the public to us, and what we say to the public is based on truth. We represent the underdog a lot of times in the plays that we write, and we do talk about the immigrant struggles, about struggles that you don't see on mainstream television or in film. And I think that's what's given us longevity, because we get to tour the country and perform in places where they've never seen three Latinos on stage before. And so, like our parents always taught us, we got to be better than the next person. So our craft has been, really cemented in skill because we had to be better than the other guy. And so we're very honored to be part of Culture Clash and hopefully have a home at the Westlake Theater, because then we'll be able to stay in town and perform and get plays done by groups that normally don't get the opportunity. And so I just want to say thank you so much to everybody for acknowledging us, and it's been a great 25 years, and tonight we're going to celebrate. And come check us out at the Mark Taper Forum. We got a brand new play called Palestine, New Mexico, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you once again. It's very rare to see people with this craft and this skill and this ability to be willing to tell the truth and just tell it like it is. Sometimes they get people upset at them. Sometimes people either blacklist them or what have you and say, you're not the kind of people we want to support. But the bottom line is there's nothing to be ashamed of, because everything they do, as they said, is about the truth. It's not about trying to gain favor. It's just about being truthful and looking at it through the eyes and presenting it through the eyes of the people who've been taken advantage of. Case in point, Chavez Ravine, I think, is a story that's not told often enough. Certainly the version that they tell is much more accurate than the romantic version that we all hear about when people go to Dodger Stadium. So thank you very much for all of your 25 years of truth, and may we come together again. Obviously we have term limits, so may we be able to visit on your 50th anniversary when you're recognized by this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Viva! Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations. And now we have a special presentation from the Office of the Mayor for Native American Heritage Month.
First of all, I want to thank you for allowing us to be here once again, Madam President and members of the Council. I know because of the business of the Council we had to readjust, and so most of the people are in the foyer outside because of our schedule. I made it clear to them that there's important business getting done today. I want to acknowledge our title sponsors once again, the Walt Disney Company, our media sponsor, ABC7. These two companies really understand how important it is for us to tell the story of the many diverse communities of Los Angeles. And today we celebrate the Native American community, the American Indian community, and we acknowledge a couple of organizations, UCLA's American Studies Center and the American Indian Community Council. And, you know, I was saying, and I think we all have read, certainly I have, growing up in the 1960s, we read about the many stories, the heroic struggles of the Native people who refused to be conquered, the people who said no to the systematic persecution, to an attempt to actually exterminate these people. And all of us have been inspired by the many stories of the people who just would not be exterminated, who would not allow themselves to lose their culture and their values, their traditions, their languages. And for me, someone who comes, an American whose family traces his heritage to Mexico, I feel a unique connection to these people, because in my veins runs the blood of Native peoples. And it is with great honor that we acknowledge two organizations, beginning with, as I said, the UCLA American Studies Center. I went to UCLA, as did Councilmember Reyes, and in 1972 when I got there, pretty much all of us who got there on affirmative action programs hung out at Campbell Hall. And Campbell Hall was the place where the Native American Studies Center was, the Mexican American Studies Center, the African American Studies Center, and the Asian American Studies Center. And it was a time where many of us had never left our communities until we went to UCLA. And so there was a feeling of connection at Campbell Hall. And we early on understood, as the first generation to go to a university like UCLA, that we had a responsibility to keep the door open to the next generation, to teach our communities and the broader community about the contributions of the many people that make up this city, the contributions, in this case, of the American Indian nations and communities. And I can tell you that taking those many courses that I did, or at least reading the many books that I did, wasn't always in the courses, I must be honest, you couldn't help but be inspired by those stories. And I want to acknowledge the UCLA American Studies Center, for their 40th anniversary. Thank you for educating our communities, for inspiring our city and the nation with the important contributions, the culture, the values, the traditions, the languages, the American Indian people. And so on behalf of the city of Los Angeles, we want to acknowledge you on this 40th anniversary.
And Mr. Mayor, while you're doing that, Mr. Rosendahl would just like to say a few words.
Good morning, Madam President. Anthony Morales, if you could just get closer to the mayor for a second, please. When I stood here last year, I looked out at Anthony Morales and I said, we're going to get your ancestors into the ground at Playa Vista, and we're going to do it now. On December the 13th, you were there in a sacred ceremony and helped reinter the ancestors into the ground. From my heart to your heart, to tell you you're a magnificent leader, and the service itself was unbelievable. It was an original for me to experience. Unfortunately, your mother passed away the other day. One of the great ladies in the Klan, Ruth Morales. And the City Council all stood here and talked about your mother and the contribution she's made to all of us. and the City of Los Angeles extends its deepest sympathy to you in the passing of your mother, Ruth Morales, in whose memory all members stood in tribute and reverence at the Council adjourned its meeting on October 7th, 2009. And I can tell you that we would not be standing here in a very positive way if it wasn't for your leadership at Playa Vista to stay focused on what needed to be done with your ancestors. And I am honored to have been able to work with you and to accomplish that. And I'd like to present these two adjourning certs to you right now from my colleagues and I.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Reyes.
Just wanted to rise and thank the mayor for having us celebrate this very important occasion and to acknowledge UCLA for its contributions, because it's through UCLA we can amplify and celebrate the great traditions, the cultures of this great country, but none so more important than those who are here before anyone else even reached these shores. And to be able to celebrate that level of importance to future generations is crucial. And how we keep alive these traditions is just as significant. So thank you, Mayor. Thank the leadership that's here so that we can amplify and celebrate that which is important. Now more today, more than ever, our young people need something to hold on to. They need to have a sense of identity, a sense of purpose to fight that which is in front of them, the temptations of drugs, of gang cultures, that which the city can be very harsh on our youth. But to grasp onto these cultural values truly can be that saving lifeline for them, and for that I thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Mayor.
Finally, thank you so much, Councilmember Reyes. Finally, many of you have worked with, over the years, the Children's Planning Council, who is now renamed the American Indian Community Council. For the longest time, they provided a wide range of services to the youth and the children of the Native American community. Now they are providing those services not only to youth, but to age ranges that span the young to our elders. And I'd like to congratulate them on behalf of all of you in the City of Los Angeles for their many accomplishments. I could ask Pat Baker to come here to acknowledge her. And finally, I'd like us, Councilmember Rosendahl, acknowledge the loss of one of our elders, and I'd like us to have a moment of silence for the elders that we've lost this past year. Rudy Ortega Sr., many of us knew him, the Fernandino Tataviam tribe, died on July 28th of this year. Henry Hale, the Navajo Indian Nation, died on March 19th. Carol Ramirez, the Gabrielino Tongva Indian tribe, died on May 4th. If we could have a moment of silence in their memory. Thank you all so much. And in the interest of time, we're making the speeches out there, but again, I want to thank you for allowing us to come here to celebrate. I know all of us, no matter what ethnic group you're from, get a sense of pride of the many communities that make up LA. I always talk about the 37 different nationalities that have the largest population here. What people don't realize is there are 220,000 Native Americans. It's the largest urban population of Native Americans in the United States of America. We think the census has undercounted them, so we're really emphasizing the census. We have a lot of census workers out there today, and we want to acknowledge them, bring them into the light, and participate and learn from them throughout the year. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for that exceptional presentation. Our next presenter will be Mr. Huizar. The next presentation would be Armenian Life USA magazine. Mr. Zine, you ready to go?
Thank you, Madam President. We've acknowledged a television reporter. We've acknowledged culture clash. We've acknowledged our Indian population, and now the Armenians. We are a city of diversity, of great diversity, and we have a wonderful publication called Armenian Life Magazine, and I'm honored today to congratulate USA Armenian Life Magazine as they celebrate 25 years of providing Armenian American community weekly news service. 25 years, this is the anniversary, and I'm joined by wonderful members of the Armenian community. From the first day of its inception, USA Armenian Life Magazine introduced bilingual Armenian and English language format in its twin publications, combining the two major reading audiences, Armenian American community. The Armenian language edition is called Haykan Armenian Weekly. They were both founded in 1985 by executive publisher and managing editor Apo Chabarian. I knew that, Chabarian. 25 years ago, USA Armenian Life Magazine became one of the full-color pioneers in the weekly publishing industry at a time when full-color printing among the community's weeklies was in its very early infancy. Due to the magazine's content, style, and presentation, and editorial, you do a lot of editorials. The Armenian Life has been widely acclaimed by numerous Southern California, New York, prestigious dailies, weeklies, and periodicals, including the Los Angeles Times, Glendale Press News, Foothill Leader, then New York-based Armenian Reporter International, Mayas Armenian Weekly, Republic of Armenia Official Daily, several TV and radio programs, just to name a few. Since 2003, USA Armenian Life Magazine has experienced an unprecedented growth, both in the news coverage of life in the City of the Angels, booming Armenian American community, and in catering to the local businesses, community advertising needs. And we're here today to acknowledge the folks, the general manager, the publisher, the reporter, the photographer, the writer, because 25 years ago you didn't have the staff that you have today. It started small, but Apo, for the wonderful contribution to our wonderful Armenian community, that it's not only in Glendale, but in the city of Los Angeles, in the San Fernando Valley, in Orange County, our wonderful Armenian population, and the wonderful food the Armenians celebrate. And I was just at an event, the Armenian Peace Officers Association had an event at the Cathedral on Glen Oaks, and the wonderful delicacies that they served with all of law enforcement from Southern California Prison. So congratulations on behalf of the city of Los Angeles for the 25 years of keeping our Armenian community. And I have HBU Manugian School in my district, a wonderful school, and they teach bilingual there, Armenian and English, and those wonderful students are going to university. So on behalf of the City Council, people of Los Angeles, we want to congratulate you, recognize you, and show respect for the 25 years that the community has been informed by you. I am Lebanese, Lebanese Armenian are brothers, so from brotherhood.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Councilmember Zine, honorable council members of the City of Los Angeles, thank you very much for this most auspicious occasion and a great honor bestowed upon USA Armenian Life and its twin publication, Haykan Armenian Weekly. I would like to accept this great honor on behalf of our dedicated staff members and supporters and fellow colleagues and another new supporter, a great actress in American television, Anush Nawar. We have with us Gary Bedian. He's an entrepreneur and he is the chairman of the editorial advisory board. Mr. Carl Hazarian, who has been a founder, contributing founder of 2 Armenian day schools in Los Angeles. And we have Gary Nemagurdumian, office manager, Christina Nersesian. She's a graduate of AGBU Marie Manukian School. And Samvel He's also a great colleague. So I haven't left anyone out. So only in Los Angeles could you wake up in the morning and say marhaba in Arabic, and then bonjour in French, and then manishma in Hebrew, and then konnichiwa Japanese, hamsamida in Korean, parilus in Armenian, good evening, and then buenas noches.
Don't forget buenos dias.
Well, yeah, buenas noches. So only in Los Angeles could I see the possibility to launch a publication like USA Armenian Life. Los Angeles continues to be the place, and thank you for this great community atmosphere and support.
Yes. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. Mr. Huizar.
Good morning, Madam President and colleagues. It's my great honor today to recognize an activist, a member of the Northeast community who continues to be involved in various causes that has resulted in a better community for all of us, not only in Northeast Los Angeles, but in the city of Los Angeles. And standing next to me is Bob McGibbon, a very important and much admired man, not only to his family, but to the Highland Park community that has always been able to count on him through many, many years. Bob McGibbon has been an active member of the community since moving to Los Angeles in 1944. Bob attended Luther Burbank Junior High School and graduated from Franklin High School, the Panthers, right? Mr. Labange, is he here? No? He always keeps, he's a historian here. But Franklin's mascot is what? Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. And he graduated in 1951. Bob then honorably served in the U.S. Army and returned home in 1955. He and his wife Shirley were married in September 1958 and have two daughters, Laurie and Leah, as well as two grandchildren. Bob McGibbon has been fascinated with cars his entire life, learning to drive at the age of 9. Did you have a license at the age of? No, you just drove. And he played with model cars as a child and helped fix up real cars. And when he was 13, he won first place at the first annual Highland Park Soapbox Derby. Bob has been building custom and hot rod cars ever since. By 1960, he decided to start his own business. In 1965, he purchased the current site of McGibbon's Auto Body on York Boulevard in Highland Park, and later expanded operations there. Over the last 20 years, he has won many awards and trophies for his exceptional work. McGibbon's Auto Body would not be so successful without the dedication and hard work of Dale Bennett, the shop's foreman, and Bob's right-hand man, who has been involved with the business and a close friend for over 32 years. Dale has been a great support throughout the years to McGibbon and the rest of the community. Besides running a successful business, Mr. McGibbon has proven to be someone who cares about his community. He has been involved with the Highland Park Optimist Club since 1965, participating in several parades and winning first place for his Breakfast Club floats. He is also active in the Highland Park Chamber of Commerce, the York Boulevard Merchants Association, and is a member of BLEND, the Business Law Enforcement Northeast Division. And Mr. McGibbon, on behalf of the City of Los Angeles and Council District 14, we want to recognize you and honor you for your involvement and your activism. You are an example of how people in our neighborhoods can make a difference with a positive outlook, collective decision-making, and we want to thank you for that and recognize you for your many, many years of contributions to the community. Congratulations.
I didn't come here prepared to talk to anybody, but I appreciate them taking the time to present me with this, and I'm sorry there aren't a lot more people in our neighborhood that stay around there in the business that long, because I plan on being there a while longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. One of the things we admire about Mr. McGivern is the efficiency in getting down to business. I also want to recognize Ms. Noguera, who's here from the Chamber of Commerce. Welcome, and thank you for your work in the community as well. Thank you so much, Mr. President. The seat changed on me while I was speaking.
Madam's okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Our next presentation will be from Council District 6, Councilmember Tony Cardenas.
Oh, I thought that was you, Mike.
Thank you. If we could please have Timothy Markser and Irene Saltzman come up, please. Come on up. Thank you, Tim. Thank you very much. It's also my distinct pleasure today to make another presentation this morning to recognize two individuals who have tirelessly served the City of Los Angeles for the last 20 years. Timothy Markser retired from the Department of General Services as a senior clerk on July 4th, 2009, after 21 years working for the City of Los Angeles. He began his career in 1987 as a gardener and caretaker for the Department of Recreation and Parks and was quickly promoted to senior gardener 1 year later. In 1987, Tim complained to Ellen Sant with the CAO's office about the inefficiencies of water usage within Recreation and Parks. Interesting, water usage being an issue back then as well. Tim worked in collaboration with the Department of General Services to repair the inefficiencies that he discovered within the department. As a result of Timothy's groundbreaking work in water conservation with Recreation and Parks, he was transferred to the Resource Conservation Unit in the General Services Department in 1995. At GSD, Timothy was affectionately referred to as the field investigator because of his goal of searching for opportunities to reduce the cost and consumption of water by council-controlled city departments. Timothy developed on his own initiative the Water Separation Program, also known as the Remeter and Repay Less Water Remetering Program. Timothy was recognized by the Quality and Productivity Commission within the year 2006-2007 award in the cost savings category for his work, and was also acknowledged by the Los Angeles Times in an article published on August 14, 1995. Timothy has previously been honored by the Los Angeles City Council for his work in resource conservation that has saved the city $5.5 million per year in utility costs. We're honored to celebrate the storied career of such a dedicated public servant here in the city of Los Angeles, and I'll bring up Timothy now so for him to say a few parting words.
Thank you.
Be conservative. No, just kidding.
Thank you. I did not know I would be saying anything. My profound thanks to Ellen Sant from the city's administrative office making this job possible. My profound thanks to Dennis Blumhoff, who was at that time Assistant Director of MIS for General Services, for his encouraging me to become computer savvy. And my profound gratitude to Greg Wilkins, my supervisor, for having put up with me for 14 years. I loved this job. I loved it a lot. Thank you. Thank you. We'll give you a sit together.
Next, I'd like to recognize Irene Saltzman, who retired from the Asset Management Division of the Department of General Services as well as a property manager on July 4th, 2009. I guess that's why we had all those fireworks that day. I always thought it's because of Independence Day, but I think it's because both of you retired and celebrating that. This marked 20-year career with the City of Los Angeles for Irene. She's affectionately known as Mean Irene. She first began working with the City of Los Angeles in 1992 as a management assistant who performed labor compliance analysis in the Department of Public Works Contract Administration. From the Department of Public Works, Irene transferred to the City of Los Angeles Police Department's Personnel Division to work as a management assistant who coordinated budgeting and telecommunicating. Irene was quickly promoted within LAPD to their North Hollywood division as a management analyst charged with analyzing crime reports. In 1998, Irene moved to the Department of General Services to serve as a real estate officer. 2 years later, because of her broad range and expertise in the city real estate leasing portfolio, she was promoted to senior real estate officer. Irene was again promoted in 2005 to property manager because of her strong leadership and management skills. In this new capacity, she was charged with managing the leasing and surplus property section of the division. Irene has streamlined and modernized the city's lease information system and its database with details of hundreds of city-owned leases and properties. Throughout her career, Irene has taken a leading approach in negotiating the best deals for Los Angeles taxpayers. I'm proud to recognize Irene Saltzman today and thank her on behalf of this entire city of Los Angeles for her dedicated years of service, 20 years with our wonderful city. Irene?
Thank you. I enjoyed my years at Asset Management very much, and one thing I was very proud of is that we finally reached our goal of owning property instead of leasing property. We really reduced the amount of leased properties that we had in our portfolio. And I hope that continues. But I enjoyed the work, and now I'm really enjoying retirement and playing with my grandchildren and with my kids. Thank you.
All right. With that, I'd like to give this certificate of resolution to Timothy, and the next one for Irene. For their, as you just heard, it's not just 20 years of service from each one of them. It's above and beyond the call of duty work that they've given to the City of Los Angeles. They've been very efficient. I've had the pleasure and honor of working with Irene. She did many presentations and was part of the work, as she said, about moving as much as we can away from leasing hundreds of thousands of square foot of lease space throughout our region and actually moving toward actually owning more and more buildings. And I'll be honest with you, when we started that move, a lot of cobwebs were falling out of the system, and what we have today is probably one of the most well-versed, knowledgeable systems when it comes to evaluating whether or not we should buy property instead of continuing to lease. And the City of Los Angeles is now on better ground. We have more property that we own today than we did 5 years ago, and Irene was a big part of that. So thank you so much, Irene. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cardenas. Our next presentation is from Councilwoman from District 9, Councilwoman Jan Perry.
What you do to yourself?
He's working now.
Hi. Oh, what a pleasure. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I am very proud to recognize City Attorney Jessica Hines for her astonishing 30 years of city service. And she has some friends here with her today, and she's going to introduce them in a minute. During those years of service, she has made many, many friends and allies throughout the entire city, many of whom are here with us today. And we have representatives here today from the City Attorney's Office, the Chief Legislative Analyst, the Chief Administrative Officer, and other departments, ITA to be included, and some other interesting friends. Jessie was a legal advisor to the City Council, the Mayor's Office, and various city departments within the context of economic and community development. She offered her extensive experience working on a broad range of community and economic development matters for the city, including state and federal grant programs, real estate financing, redistricting, census litigation, federal equal protection litigation, grant program investigations, which included whistleblower actions, and fraud-related matters. Jessica graduated from the University of Southern California with a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology and received her law degree from the University of California, Los Angeles School of Law. Throughout her career, she has worked as an associate attorney for an entertainment law firm, a criminal trial attorney, a deputy city attorney from September 1981 to 1994, and was assistant city attorney for the Housing and Economic Development Division from 1994 to 2009. She was an attorney assigned to advise the mayor's office regarding gang reduction program grants, urban area security initiative grants, and other departmental grants, including police department and recreation and parks. She has provided advice and training to the city attorney and to staff for various city departments regarding contracts, procurement, federal regulations, state and city laws, including the Brown Act and conflict of interest analyses. So it's with a great deal of pride and joy that I commend my friend here today for her outstanding and meritorious years of service to the City of Los Angeles and to the Office of the City Attorney, and wish her continued prosperity and happiness for her retirement. And let me present to you Jessica Hines.
Jan, thank you so much. I really wasn't planning to say anything either here today. With me is Dave Ely, Teresa Lujan, John Wickham, Dennis Moody, and my assistant, Vicki Williams. And there's lots of faces here of folks I've worked with. And most importantly, I'm so thrilled that Jan was able to do this. Jan and I worked together on the 2000 census, as I did with most of these folks, and 2010 is coming up, so be counted, and that grant money depends on it. So thank you very much for a wonderful 30 years with the city.
And thank you for your incredible service. It was a real pleasure working with you, and I know I speak for all the members of the council who had the good fortune of doing that. You had the utmost professionalism. You always found the solution to the problems that we presented you with, and we wish you all the best luck in your retirement as well. Congratulations. Thank you. Our last presentation will be from the council member from Council District 10, Council Member Herb Wesson.
Thank you, sir. I almost missed that. Come on, Frank. Work.
Okay, officer. Okay, Mr. President, I want to thank you for a couple of things. I want to thank you for saving the best to last. And I want to thank you for affording me the opportunity to present some very fine individuals from our community. You know, when you think about life today, you think about all of the wondrous things and opportunities that people have, and the inventions that have made our life easier, and the microwave and cell phone. You think about all of these great things. But also what I do, I reflect back on the past, and I think about when I grew up as a kid, and I did not have to face the challenges that so many children face today. So even though we've made all of these phenomenal gains and accomplishments, somewhere along that journey, we lost something that was very special. And they have a saying that it takes a village to raise a child. And in today's society, that is absolutely correct. Today is my pleasure and honor to present to you an organization called Brother to Brother. This organization was founded and is led by Officer Stinson Brown, who's here today. And also we have Kevin Hall, Ron Peters, and Pernell Clark that are here today. Basically what this program does, it works with kids. I don't like to call kids at-risk kids, but it works with kids from at-risk communities and at-risk areas. They work with young men from the ages of 11 to 19 to try to inspire them to move forward in a positive way where they can be a positive asset for our community. And when I say that it takes a village, the individuals behind me are part of that village. They've come up with a very interesting and a diverse mentoring program where they go into schools in the inner city, in the city of Los Angeles. They go to high schools. They go to middle schools. They go to detention centers where they speak with the kids who, unfortunately, have already made a mistake or two. But they recognize that it's not how many times that you get knocked down. That really doesn't count. What counts is how many times you get back up. And they do the best that they can to try to turn some of these young people around. There was one story that I read about them where they have a yearly mentoring symposium. They had one at UCLA, and I think one at USC as well. And I think the one at USC, they had a young man, his name was Jamal. This guy was so disruptive during the event that they basically had to take him and put him in a corner and work on him one-on-one. He was disruptive. He was a problem. He probably was headed for a detention center. Shortly thereafter, I think it's Peters from the organization, who's the vice chair, gets a call from Jamal indicating that he's been accepted into a program for exceptional youth. So however they touched him, whatever they said to him may have changed his life around, may have saved this young man. The individuals who are part of Brothers to Brothers are a very diverse group. They're not all real big like these guys, are you? I mean, you do have some short guys, don't you? See, they are very diverse. They do have some short guys. But I mean, if I have to play football with somebody, I got the team standing behind me. I got a center and a pulling guard at least, okay? But they come from, a lot of them come from single family homes themselves, where they were raised by just their mother, where they were forced to directly go into the workforce, unable to maybe go to college, but they did that to support their family. Some of them are Ivy Leaguers. They are doctors, lawyers, journalists, construction workers, you name it. So they are a group of men who want to try to change the world in a positive way. And they have all come together to do that. I just want to, again, reference, every year they have a big symposium at a large college campus in the city of Los Angeles. And they're amazed that generally this is the first time these kids have ever set foot on a college campus and had an opportunity to sit in the chairs of our future leaders of tomorrow. And what our children need are to be shown examples so that they can believe that anything is possible. And on a sad note, Officer Brown lost his only son at a party in Baldwin Hills, and that was just a few months ago. I don't know how one could even continue, but he has continued. He is the force, significant force behind this Brothers to Brothers organization. They dedicated their symposium at UCLA in his honor. They now have a scholarship. named after him, and I am certain that this organization will continue to grow, continue to function, and to continue to save lives and to show young men who need it that there is a future for them. With that said, it is in my honor and pleasure and yes, my responsibility, our responsibility to honor individuals who go above and beyond, because they are our partners in attempting to turn this city around. So with that said, I would like to present to the founder of Brothers to Brothers, watch it, Ed. I'd like to present to the founder, who is a 22-year-old LAPD veteran. And did I read somewhere that you're a drill sergeant?
I'm a DI, yes, sir. Drill instructor.
DI, drill. You could tell I've never been in the Army or the police force or anything. So all of you LAPD recruits that happen to be watching this on television, I really think you want to pay attention to what this man tells you to do. So I'd like to present this to Officer Brown.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Kevin, which one's that? Wait a minute. You're not with LAPD, are you?
LA County Probation.
Well, he's probation officer. All right. So this is Kevin Hall with LA County Probation Officer. Oh, okay. And then now, and this one is to the Vice Chair, Ron Peters, who's the individual that got the call from Jamal indicating that some positive things have occurred for him. So this is Vice Chair Ron Peters.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now Ron, where do you work?
I work for NBC.
Oh, see? Now he works for NBC. So this shows that NBC hires big guys, and not just the guys with glasses that, do computers. I'm sure he can do all of that. So go NBC. Lastly, the co-director of the Brothers to Brothers organization, Pernell Clark, who slipped me his card. So you're with Merck Global Human Health. What do you do there? Let me see. A sales rep.
Vaccines.
See, he sells You sell vaccines?
Public health, yeah.
Can I get a discount? Because I'm getting old and I need every vaccine there is. So anyway, this is to Pernell Clark.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
Members, I'm going to ask Officer Stinson Brown, if he would, to just say a few words representing the Brothers to Brothers organization. Officer.
Thank you, Councilman Weston. To the head of the council today and the illustrious council board, I'd like to thank all of you for this opportunity to have Brother to Brother represented in such a significant way. This day is a special day, given this moment, and I'd like to thank my support team, their wives, DJ, significant others, Lieutenant. I have Lieutenant Palmer to my rear, as well as Sergeant Catapultis. During the time of July 18th, when I got the news of the loss of my son, it's a very difficult time for me. I still struggle. I still try to press forward each and every day. And it's only by my faith in God, the support I have from LAPD, my friends, and my church that keeps me afloat. We are honored to be here. And with the saying that goes that too much is given, much is required, we realize that this task that we've taken on is not easy. But we are determined to continue to do the good work so we can help to save and turn around some of the lives of these young men who are oftentimes victimized, have nothing to do with gangs. My son was not in a gang himself. And oftentimes they just want to go to school, get an education, and live productive lives. I'm happy to announce that this Saturday at UCLA, we served 232 youths between the ages of 8 and 18 years of age. We had Black, Caucasian, and Hispanic all in attendance. We had no incidents. They ate a good breakfast and a lunch. Hill Harper, the actor who plays on CSI, spoke very eloquently to the audience and captivated those young people. And so we're grateful once again, and we thank all of you here today who made this possible. Thank you.
I got it. And before we leave, I'd like to mention a friend of mine that I met back in 1991, and we worked together for several years. She's a big booster and supporter of this organization, and that's Wanda Johnson, who's down in the front taking photographs. So if I could just ask the chambers to give a rousing round of applause to brothers.
And with that, we have one other council member who'd like to add his good wishes to you as well, Councilmember Cardenas.
Thank you very much to all of you gentlemen, but specifically to Stenson Brown. One of my staff knows you very well, and he was apprising me of all the wonderful, tremendous work that you do in the community, and I think it's commendable for you to have gone through what you did, and I'm sorry for your loss. My prayers are with you and your family, but to have the fortitude and the faith to continue to believe in our young people. I think it's all too often that every time somebody in this country is affected by something as senseless as the loss of a child, that all of a sudden it's an excuse to turn our backs on our communities and to just be angry. So I just want to thank you so much. It must feel impossible to do that. But what you're proving is to have faith and to continue to move forward and to do what's right is the right way to go. God bless you for not making excuses. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. That will end our presentations. We can next go to public comment.
Mr. President, item number 1 was adopted previously, and there are 13 council members now. Would you like to reconsider that and adopt it?
Okay, Ms. Perry moves to reconsider. If we can open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
And if we can open the roll on number 1, close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay. And Ms. Perry?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just wanted to recognize the presence of Public Works Commissioner Valerie Shaw, who also teaches a class at the University of Southern California called the Real City Hall. And Commissioner Shaw is here with her class members from USC, and if they would just raise their hands, and we can welcome them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That will take us to our general public comment. 2 minutes per speaker. Dr. Clyde Williams is our first speaker. If you'd like to come forward. I saw him before. He might have gone to the restroom, so we'll wait on him. Estela Lopez is our second speaker. After that will be Arnold Sachs. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? I'm Estela Lopez, the Executive Director of the Central City East Association, and here to talk to you about an unusual subject I'm not usually here to talk to you about. I want to talk to you about your new street closure policy, which just went into effect this week. Yesterday on Skid Row, we may have had the first event under that new policy, and we had an experience that was less than what I think you had in mind when you passed this policy. I'm here because we had very little advance notice of this. In fact, we had no formal notice. We just simply found out by accident that a major arterial street in our industrial district downtown was going to be closed for 9 hours. Now, I need to tell you, I've already spoken to Bill Robertson, who's a friend, and he's as good as it gets when it comes to unraveling these situations. So I know that something good will come out of this. But this is your policy, and I want you to know that yesterday, as I said, was certainly not what you intended. The original application, as I said, was for a 9-hour street closure. This would have had incalculable economic impacts for the 1,500 industrial businesses that I represent. Several offices in this building told me I had no recourse. This was not a First Amendment event. It was a planned event. But no office assumed responsibility for our concerns. And worse still, LAPD Central Division and Central Bureau knew nothing about the event or the street closure until 48 hours ahead of time when I told them about it. So I found myself in the odd position of having to think about and specifically request the basic information that should have been available. What was the traffic detour plan? What signs were going to be posted? At the last minute, the event organizers were told it was their job to place the signs, and that wasn't done until 5 o'clock the night before the closure. Useless to our businesses. And they were produced on regular sheets of paper. They were posted on traffic lights. And I want to give this to the Sergeant at Arms so that someone can take a look at this.
Okay.
Please, possibly from CD14.
Thank you, Estelle. Appreciate your comments. We have to try to keep it as fairly as possible. 2 more seconds or anything in conclusion?
What I wanted to say was that there was nothing to indicate that this was a city-sanctioned or permitted street closure, and I don't think that's what you intended.
Absolutely. Thank you very
Thank you,
much. We
Councilman.
appreciate you bringing that to our attention, Estella.
Thank you.
Dr. Clyde Williams, is he back? Nope. Arnold Sachs? After Arnold Sachs will be John Walsh. Mr. Sachs is here, Mr. Walsh, so he'll go first, and then you'll be right after him. Mr. Walsh, Mr. Sachs is here, so he'll go first, and then you'll be right after him.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Marijuana versus billboards. There's been some articles in the newspaper the last couple of days. So let's see. Yesterday in the LA Times, there was an article regarding a county judge in Fresno upholding a moratorium, a restraining order against illegal marijuana clinics, as long as it didn't violate state law. So as the city looked at a restraining order, let's look. Last week, the city attorney said in council chambers regarding the fiasco with this billboard baloney that he serves the city council. Unfortunately, he's wrong. He serves the city. The city council creates laws, ordinance, and also serves the city. That's why there's a division between the executive, judicial, and legislative branches in government. If the city attorney thinks he serves the city council, then this ship is sinking quicker than the Titanic. The federal judge Collins weighing the constitutionality of the billboard moratorium. What case? What opinion? Is she offering an opinion? Is there an urgency clause? Can you define an ordinance, Mr. City Attorney? And I don't believe that you're covered by the Brown Act. So questions to you regarding those kinds of those situations should be answerable. The city attorney just yesterday filed papers agreeing with the Venice stakeholders. I don't think the city attorney filed the papers upholding the vested, please hold my time for 1 second. So damn it, I can't think. Hell. One final thing, sir, please. In the newspaper, it was quoted that the city had vested 3 projects: the Galen Center, the Coliseum, and LA Live.
Ask you to.
The judge only allowed 2.
Thank you. John Walsh will be our next speaker. After Mr. Walsh will be Dr. Williams.
Happy to
Good
say
morning.
that Mr. Garcetti did show up for the meeting. I was under the impression maybe you were on your 8th or 9th honeymoon. I think you have a honeymoon every month, but I got
Excuse me,
good
Mr.
news.
President, the speaker should be reminded to stay away from personal topics.
Let him decide what's personal and what's not personal. I can't even compliment you that the city attorney doesn't butt in on what I'm speaking. You owe me 10 seconds. IRS under investigation, Mr. Huizar. He spent so much money that hundreds of thousands of dollars. That was in the Garment Citizen. Look, the mayor is in poor health. Did you see him up here? Did you hear him stammering? 6 words. He was unfocused. This is the same man who a week ago Thursday, HollywoodHighlands.org for all the information. A week ago Thursday passed out, lost consciousness at an MTA meeting. We have the videotape. We have the audio tape. Look at him. He's a shadow of his former self. He's in poor health, and everybody is ignoring it. Everybody. We have HollywoodHighlands.org, an unfolding political sex scandal. Find it there. I got good news. It doesn't concern anyone in the city or the county. Now, the mayor's flame is being extinguished. The mayor is out of it. Look at him did you see him up here? Did you see him fumfering? He must have said and and stammered 150 times. HollywoodHighlands.org, we put a new post on today. We want you to know that the sleeping mayor, that the editor of the Times, California editor, David Lauder, has told me we're not doing any stories about the mayor passing out because it might harm his pick of the police chief. You know, they have everything but a puppet. He's almost a puppet now. He's in such poor health. And again, we want to know drug testing for the mayor. HollywoodHighlands.org. And thanks, Mr. City Attorney, for reminding me.
Our next speaker is Dr. Clyde Williams. After that is Bruce Darien and Van Nuys. Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road in the infamous El Sereno area. Okay, State Route 710. Technically, the geotechnical study report is a joke. It really doesn't give you the screening which was required of its. It also shows that perhaps the best route, cheapest, shortest, most geologically sound, is to Verdugo and Eagle Rock across your field office. So there's a lot of problems economically. It's now estimated at $6 billion, which works out to about $15 to $30 a toll each way. So $15 to $30 round trip. Oh, that's interesting. Congestion relief. It now has only 6 lanes, whereas 10 years ago it had 10 lanes, including HOV. So it won't provide congestion relief. It's a tunnel. Well, no, actually it's a tunnel with 2 very long portals. That is approximately 16,000 feet of bored tunnel and only 14,000 feet of portals, one of which is currently looked at for being in El Sereno, which requires 250 houses to be removed. We're waiting for a resolution from the City Council regarding the 710 in Northeast LA and the protection of the residents, the voters, and our properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Our next speaker is Bruce Darien and Van Nuys. After that is Michael Carrion here in Council Chambers. Good morning, Mr. Darien.
Yes, City Council, in responding to Wednesday's harassment from your Assistant City Attorney, he continues to admonish me about the Malibu Pier lawsuit that encompasses the Clean Water Act. Your Assistant City Attorney is advancing frivolous legal argument. In other words, it's not based on any foundation of law or fact. He just simply blurts it out to take up my time, to discredit what I'm saying in an effort to oppress and to protect the criminal activity that's gone on in the city of Los Angeles. And I gave him fair notice in the City Council meeting that I would not accept that or tolerate that, and he continues. You advance that with him as the Council President. That's inappropriate and unacceptable. Under the First Amendment, I have the right to come here and speak. The Malibu Pier and the ensuing Clean Water Act violations directly affect the Los Angeles River. So if your Assistant City Attorney wants to go online and go to MalibuPierScandal.com and read the U.S. District Court case, which he had every opportunity to do, he actually asked me for the case number so that he could be apprised of it, and he has not done so. Or he is simply advancing frivolous legal argument to harass me and to oppress the fact that this is a wide-scoped, fraudulent deal encompassing the state, county, city, and federal government under the Clean Water Act and the False Claims Act. Let it be clear now, here and now, okay? This will not be accepted. I'm saying this as clear as I can. I will take every legal remedy available under the law to pursue the violations to my constitutional right to come before the people of Los Angeles and explain to them how they're being extorted and embezzled out of their money. This is totally inappropriate. It is frivolous argument. It is not based on legal foundation of law or case law. There is nothing that he has advanced that can prove up what he's saying.
Thank you, Mr. Darien. Our next speaker is Michael Carrion, and then Walter Bechtel, both here in council chambers. Very good morning.
Morning. My name is Michael Carrion, and once again, I'm here in the same situation. Mr. Reyes' office still failed to clean up their property. I don't understand. Some days it's embarrassing to say I live in the city of Los Angeles. Does anybody hear that? I'm embarrassed to say I'm an Angelino. When we have council members who don't clean up their community. After numerous phone calls to his office, I've tried, called Public Works, called his office. I've come here to talk to him. He wouldn't talk to me. I come here in public comment to make sure he hears me. He turns his back to me. That's okay. I'm not going away, Mr. Reyes. People ask me, why am I still here on the same subject? The city has the audacity to put in certain regulations on us, the people, homeowners here. But they don't have the courtesy to clean up their own property. Now, I can understand when the city acts stupid and says, oh, we didn't know that was blight. But for 2 months I've been coming here. Everyone sitting here, everyone sitting here is aware of it. For 2 months I've been coming here, asking Mr. Reyes to get the property clean. But he refuses to be stubborn and not do it. He refuses to stand on whatever it is he's standing on, I call it shaky grounds, and not clean the property up. So I guess as a taxpayer, I might have to go out and clean the property up myself. Unfortunately, it abates its bumper to bumper with CD 14. If Mr. Reyes is listening, I'd like to make sure he hears this comment. The people from CD 14 said they'd do it in 1 week.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carrion. We have next Walter Bechtel as our last speaker for general public comment.
Thank you. I probably could have it lifted up higher too, but okay. I just want to say something. I don't think that everybody coming up here is going to say something positive. I mean, most of us wouldn't be here if we had something positive to say. I mean, if everything was right with the world, okay, we probably wouldn't come in here. And so, I'm sorry, I mean, but it really surprises me that people would say something like that, because if you go to church and you're really concerned about the God that you say you believe in, it doesn't make any sense, because every church I went to every day, I used to go to church every single day, the only thing the preacher would ever say was something negative. Maybe, I don't know what this preacher is that you're going to. Maybe I should have gone to that church. But I apologize if everything is negative. I remember when I used to sell door to door, they used to come off and say, don't be negative. But that was a ploy that we used as salesmen to put Mrs. Jones off balance so that she would buy our product from us. Because if she had anything negative to think about what we were trying to pull over on her, she wouldn't have bought anything from us at all. And I think that the city has oftentimes been duped by some of these large companies, not just AEG, but SRO and other companies, and they feel like they don't need to come in compliance with some of the rules. I heard AEG say they didn't even file for a permit, and they got away with that. But other smaller companies who would have liked to have had an opportunity to come in, if they don't file a permit, then they get their cases thrown out, and if they file late, their latches, and they don't even get a hearing. And I think that we need to give everybody an equal opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bechtel. That's our last speaker for general public comment. If we can return to items that were called special, please. Give item number...
First item called special, I'm sorry, was item number 10, and that was called special for cards.
Okay, Arnold Sachs, if you'd like to come forward on item number 10.
Yes, thank you. Good morning again. Arnold Sachs. I'd like to read something from today's Daily Breeze, Friday, October 30th. Court says PVE, Palos Verdes Estates, can ban wireless tower installations. In the story, it states, the locations as proposed created significant view impacts for our residents.
I'm sorry, sir. This is the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh.
You want to say something on that? You have a card in
Yes,
for
sir,
it.
it did. You know what? I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay.
I
No,
did
no
want it,
problem.
but I don't have my documents with
Okay.
me, so.
No problem. John Walsh on this?
John Walsh, 1 minute. Blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. This incident, this item appears every single meeting and doesn't have any details about what a potential grant application as opposed to what? You're voting on potential grants instead of actual grants? In fact, we need a state audit, a federal audit, and a controller audit of all this American Recovery and Reinvestment Act stimulus money. John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. Find out the sex scandal now.
And Mr. Walsh, and for the other members of the public, this is a standing item. It's a placeholder for those weeks in which there are new grants that are being accepted by the city for the stimulus monies. For anybody who's interested in seeing where the federal stimulus money is going in the city of Los Angeles, we've created as transparent a process, I think, as anywhere in the country. You can go to recovery.lacity.org, and it lists every single grant, those that have been applied for, the success or non-success of those grants. I believe there's $340 million that we've successfully gotten in grants from those, and out of, I think, $1.something billion that we've applied for. There's also ways to get involved to suggest and to find out how that money, which is often spent within the community on different programs, can be accessed by community groups, businesses, and others. So, again, that's at recovery.lacity.org, and it's detailed there. And that's why we have this as a placeholder each week in case there are grants that come through during the week. If we can go to the next item, please. There's no action required on number 10.
Next item is item number 11, and that was called special by Councilmember Perry.
Okay. Councilmember Perry, we do have cards as well on this. We can start with Arnold Sachs, if you'd like to come forward on item 11. And then we have Cindy Starrett after that. And then there's a blank card here. Okay. Mr. Walsh, I'll put your name down for that.
Okay, I actually...
I guess that's enough. It's always great to be able to afford the same opportunity as the public. The regular public can hear the reports, but if you're in city council chambers, you can't. Again, let me start this over. Court says Palos Verdes Estates can ban wireless tower installations. In this story, the U.S. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled earlier this month that city officials could bar the installation of cellular antennas that obstruct city aesthetics. Further on in the story, it states that Alan Rigg, Director of Planning and Public Works, who filed
Mr.
the argument.
Still is not.
I'm sorry, so
talking about
this one is on the Sports and Entertainment District?
Yes, sir.
Are you bringing it to...
The appeals court ruled in favor of Rigg's argument, concluding that the California Constitution grants local governments the right to make and enforce all ordinances not in conflict with state laws. You have an ordinance in effect that stated no more billboards, no special exemptions to special districts. The judge ruled, gave her opinion, exempted 2 areas, and yet the city council went ahead and said, you know what? We don't care what the judge said. We're going to go ahead and grant another exemption. So what happens to the city ordinance now? Where is the standing of the city ordinance? Was the judge's order a writ, an action, an opinion, a stay, an injunction, a restraining order? Which of these are legally binding? You want to get an attorney, Jan Perry? Did you not listen here? Go ahead. Is the city going to be on the hook for that? The city attorney is bound by a oath of office to uphold city ordinances. If he doesn't uphold this ordinance, the rest of the ordinance can go to hell.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Lucinda Sterrett is our next speaker, and after that is John Walsh.
Good morning, council members. I'm Cindy Sterrett from Latham & Watkins, here on behalf of AEG and LA Arena Company. I'm really here just to answer any questions that may come up. I've just obtained a copy of this letter. But first, I wanted to thank the council very much for your time last week and for your confirmation of the vested rights to complete this project. I'm very proud to say that Regal Cinemas did open on time on Tuesday with a world premiere movie, that we're continuing to work closely with the city in compliance with all of our commitments and to honor our vested rights. We appreciate the statement from the City Attorney's Office last week, confirmed in this letter, that they will vigorously defend the action of the City Council, and we do not agree that there's any uncertainty whatsoever with Judge Collins' decisions as to the facts in this particular case. This case is vested. Judge Collins upheld the City Council's August ordinance, and the permits were issued in compliance with that ordinance, with federal law, with the Constitution, and with state law. So we think that all the facts are completely in support of the City Council's action. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Walsh.
John Walsh, HollywoodHighlands.org. I'm taking 2 minutes here. This is very complicated what happened here. I'm telling you, you're not going to hear it for them. The city attorney decided legally that the manager of the Department of Building and Safety did not have the discretion to just give AEG permits anytime they damn well wanted. You were here last week when I crawled and bowed and scraped and genuflected in front of Tim Lewicki, and he had what I suppose you might call a feces-eating grin on his face. At least I do it on my knees. I don't do it the way others up here do it. Okay, so the bully, incidentally, Bully Trutanich. When I grew up, my parents told me a bully is someone who beats up people smaller than they are. Trutanich beats up people bigger than he is. That's called a hero in English, not a bully. Now, Trutanich makes this decision that the general manager, I don't know, he's out date raping somebody, he was out date raping somebody. He's not here anymore. If he wants to come up and say he didn't date rape,
Mr. President, the speaker should be reminded to refrain from personal comments.
No personal comments, Mr. Walsh. No personal comments. No attacks on the council members. Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
To issue permits and the written legal analysis.
Attack on who?
They're asking the city attorney to change his opinion and allow whoever's now the acting manager of the Department of Building and Safety to give AEG anything they damn well want. That's what it says here. Again, you're twisting Trutanich's arm. Now, if you want to hear what's happening and you don't want to hear me interrupted by city attorney and you want to know what's going on at the city, HollywoodHighlands.org. I put a new post on there yesterday. And remember, they pay attention to me. They're not talking. They're not scratching their butts. They're listening to me because they want to know who is giving me this information.
Council Member Jan Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. And I think that this discussion is very important because it is my effort to uphold the legislative process, to uphold the process that this body enacts, mayor signs. It's an affirmation of the fact that we're the policy-making body, the deliberative legislative body, and I do appreciate the fact that the city attorney has responded to my motion today with this letter, and I just wanted to ask Mr. Michelson, I see that he's here, if he might come up for just a second so that I could ask him a question on the record. And I ask you this question within the context that I think many of us believe, or most of us believe, based on our vote, and that when we vote and the mayor signs, that our word is our bond, and that is a public record to the constituents, to those who have brought themselves before this body, that it is dispositive and that they had vested rights. So I just wanted to ask you a question on page 2 of the letter, if that's all right, in second paragraph, where the drafter of the letter has indicated that there is a distinction between the name of the case, the other name of the case is Liberty, and the Regal Cinemas matter. And while we may have a difference of opinion, because in fact we do, and obviously that's our prerogative as a legislative body, if it's possible for you to discuss that distinction in public, I would appreciate it, and if not, we can create some other options.
Thank you, Councilmember David.
Hold my time.
Thank you, Councilmember David Michelson with the Office of the City Attorney. I'd be pleased, Councilmember Perry, to try to address that. And in the Liberty Media case in front of Judge Audrey Collins in Federal District Court, which we were last before her on October 6th, Liberty Media had made the argument that two other property owners in the city, in the Hollywood area, had installed signage after the city's moratorium went into effect. Judge Collins looked at those two examples, those two situations, and she did determine that in those two instances, those two property owners, sign companies, had vested rights. Importantly, those two particular property owners had pulled their sign permits prior to the effective date of the moratorium and had also done substantial work. It's our understanding in the Regal Cinema situation with LA Live that although they had pulled a building permit, and that building permit did address some aspects of the signage, I think the framing and electrical, and that also that substantial work was done, that the actual seeking of the sign permit and pulling of the sign permit itself occurred after the sign ban went into effect. That difference between Regal Cinema and the other two examples I mentioned creates the difference which we're talking about right now. And the scenario that LA Live has with the Regal Cinema is not a scenario that Judge Collins has actually seen before. And that's why we were suggesting getting it in front of her to see what she thought with respect to the issue of vested rights as to the Regal Cinema.
Now, with respect to the situation that you cited up in Hollywood, did they have anything similar to a sports and entertainment corridor specific plan which applies in this situation, which allows for anything within the sports and entertainment corridor to have signs such as the ones that are going up now, while they might normally be defined as off-site because of content in the sports and entertainment corridor, they're defined as on-site and can be put up and in fact are now on the side of the theater. Did those Hollywood cases have a specific plan applying to their situation too?
I believe they did not. They did have, though, the benefit of being in the Hollywood Supplemental Use District, the Hollywood Sign District. So they're sort of two linked but somewhat different issues. One is, for instance, for the W Hotel and the other project in Hollywood, they were in the Hollywood Sign District. Here with Regal Cinema and LA Live, they were in the sports and entertainment specific plan area. So you've got that issue. Separate apart from that issue is when these folks also pull their permits, and that gets down to the vested rights issue, and there was that small distinction.
And then allow me, if I can, just to add something on that, because you raised the issue, and it was raised before, the issue of substantial work being done. Now, in this situation at hand, we have the frames up, the lights up, the permits given for the frame out and the lights, and apparently a very good working relationship between the developer, the builder, building and safety, and the city attorney's office up until a point, and then I'm not quite sure where that went awry, but things were proceeding very nicely and people were all working together, and that's why the substantial work was performed, and that's why permits were given from the city to the developer to do the work. And so I just wanted to raise that as what I think is something that needs to be put on the record, that substantial work was performed with the city's assent, actually, based on the relationship that the developer was having with the city, working together in concert, which also includes the office of the city attorney up until some point. And, I know as we move forward in this discussion, we'll probably be able to determine what point that was, but I really want to narrow the facts a little bit more so that we can get to, I guess, the nugget of what the issue was. And I appreciate this today, and I want to just throw one other thing at you. Back when the moratorium was approved, and I was not comfortable, even though I did vote for it, and I think I put a number of disclaimers on the record that day, and I remember that day because I felt very bad for you because you were going to go on vacation and you delayed your vacation, and while I may not have specifically said the name Regal Theaters on the record, I did reference the Galen Center because I was very angry about that at the time, because again, similar situation, we vote, mayor signs off, approve, and then the city attorney came in after being elected and then took that one off track for a while, although it's back on track now. Similar situation, and I was concerned that there was a pattern here, so that I made that statement on the record that I was concerned that these projects might be interfered with because I believe they had vested rights. And I feel like we've been trying to get the transcript, that I was given reasonable assurance that those types of cases would proceed as planned, and so you can imagine my shock when they didn't hold my time. And I just wonder if you had any response to that.
Council member, I guess a couple quick thoughts. First off, as the letter from the city attorney's office that was transmitted today in response to your motion indicates, the city attorney's office absolutely will defend vigorously any legal challenge to the city's building official in issuing the permits for the Regal Cinema signs to the extent that a legal challenge is brought. And we will present all available arguments in defense of that action. In terms of what transpired this past August with respect to your city council adopting the current permanent sign ban, I believe we had discussions about on-site signs, for instance, and I recall testifying out in Van Nuys, where city council was meeting that day, that the new permanent sign ban did not impact on-site signage issues. It impacts off-site signs and super graphic signs. But also importantly, built into the ordinance is this issue of vested rights. If a project applicant can establish that they do indeed have vested rights, they are not impeded in moving forward with their signage.
Yeah, I was referring to the conversation that took place here in this chamber. So maybe actually we were in Van Nuys. You may be right about that. But again, I just want to highlight the specific plan which makes this situation unique. The sports and entertainment corridor, which does extend down to the Galen Center also. And so I just want to highlight for the record, because the specific plan does again deal with the issue of off-site and on-site and content which would normally be construed as off-site in the specific plan area, sports and entertainment can be construed as on-site. I want to make that point for the record because I think while your points are valid, we cannot ignore the fact that there is a specific plan that does overlay this area, and that is why I made the effort to clarify that and to pursue this tack. Okay, I think my time.
Thank you, Ms. Perry, and there's no one on the queue. So, shall we open the roll?
Yes, council can note and file the city attorney's report on this matter.
Very well. No vote required?
If council wishes, or it can be unanimous vote.
Would you wish to vote, Ms. Perry? Just to seal it? Note and file it? Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you. It's now noted and filed. Number 12, please. At the request of Council President Garcetti. One card, number 12. Number 12, Arthur Hansen. Mr. Hansen? Number 12, sir.
Yes, Arthur Hansen, a 33-year employee of the City of Los Angeles. Under my understanding of state law, the amount of wages per hour can be diminished by the union and the city. However, the hours per week cannot be diminished. And the other issue is relating to the pensions. There's a City of Long Beach case from 20 years ago, or from a number of decades ago. You cannot raise the pension contributions under law because they're vested. And if they were to be raised, they would have to be raised by each group at each rate to see if they wanted to raise their group's pension. It can't be done by city council. And if there's no money to do work, City Charter Section 1015A provides, order of suspension and revocation, the civil service rules shall provide the manner and order not inconsistent with the provisions of this section, in which persons employed in the classified civil service shall be suspended, restored, where suspension results from lack of work, lack of funds, abolishment of position, or otherwise, exemption, suspension for personal delinquency. And apparently the city charter does not give the city council the right to do anything but set funding, not cut hours. And that would probably be litigated before the Employee Relations Board or before the courts. And there was another question relating to due process and notification of what we voted on. Half the people didn't know the full ramifications. It should be corrected and re-voted by the unions with a proper...
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and colleagues. This is the final action we have before us regarding this year's budget with the Coalition of City Unions. I want to thank first of all, the city workers here in Los Angeles. One way or another, this is a budget year in which we all are going to not only have to sacrifice, but we want to do three things, I think. We want to make sure we're fiscally sound, that we have as much public service as possible, and that we still continue to have safe communities. And, you know, with folks saying, well, we can't necessarily do this or do that, at the end of the day, the cuts are going to come, and they have to come either willingly or unwillingly. When they come unwillingly, they are no less severe. In fact, they're probably more severe on the impact of our fellow workers here and their families. But when we do them together, we're able to actually mitigate what those cuts are and to figure out a way that is more humane, not only to city workers who every day, day in and day out, give of themselves and give of their services and give of their hearts and souls to the people of Los Angeles, but also to the impact on the general public. One piece of housekeeping, because there's one, I believe, that has not yet been ratified. We have to pull one of the 34, which is the crossing guards, is still out for ratification, so let's pull that one out. But the other one's the MOU that's before us today. I ask everybody today for your support in finalizing the work that we've done. And I want to thank, for those folks that are here, our city workers and our union representatives of those city workers. I just want to say to the general public, next time that you see somebody who is out there, who is filling a pothole or cleaning a sewer, somebody who's stamping your library book or providing a program for your family in a park, the next time you see somebody who is building out a city facility to improve the quality of life in your community, thank them. Because this agreement, which involved sacrifices on the part of workers themselves, does three things to protect us. It protects the fiscal strength of the city, which is critical to every single worker, to every single resident of Los Angeles, and to our future business. But second, it also protects our communities. In doing this, this allows us to continue to maintain the momentum that we have in having safer communities in which we see almost a 20% drop in homicides this year, in a 35% drop in violent crime over the last handful of years. These are things that the civilians care about because they live in Los Angeles more often than not, even more, I dare say, than the police officers who protect and serve. And so thank them for that. But thirdly, it also protects the services that they provide. It protects the services that is the core of who we are and what we stand for, what we are about, and why we are public servants. Public servants. I know there won't be 100% agreement with anything. I know there will always be court challenges, and sometimes winning those court challenges will actually result, if that happens, in something worse for the same employees that would bring those challenges. But today what we saw is that loudly and clearly, twice, city employees stood up and they were counted. And they said, we will do this together, and what it does is for the pensions and for our budget moving forward and for future years, no matter what those storms are, it has established a precedent that says we will do this together, not separate. So I thank the city employees and the city unions that negotiated on their behalf for this, and I urge my colleagues to put the final period on this and pass this today. Thank you.
Mr. Parks, followed by Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to add my voice with the President that it's taken a long time to get here, but I think when you look at every element of this deal, it's a good deal for the coalition, but also it's a good deal for the city. And I think that's what I think a lot of people were trying to mesh all these ideas together. And when you go through it, on ERIP 1 was not nearly as good as ERIP 2. And so that's something that took a lot of time and effort, a lot of discussion, and I'm just pleased that we have the ability to have a more orderly process than the layoff process that was being proposed. I think we also have to be very considerate and aware that there is one more piece. We have to be mindful of mid-December and determine whether we hit those goals, because as everybody knows, we're into 7 months of correcting a budget that we should be correcting in 12 months or more. And so whatever we do in this year's budget is going to impact next year's budget. And so that's our next goal, and that we hope that all of those city processes, from personnel, from the pension department, are all greased so that we can move forward, because we really need to see the impact of not only on our financial situation on the budget, but we also need to see it on the pension for future years. And so I think from looking at it, it's a lot of hard work, and President, you put a lot of work into it, and all of the union leadership here, but I think it's important that the community knows this is a great benefit to them. And I'd also like to just add one thing, that in addition to the community saying thank you to those employees, I think we need the employees to say thank you to those 4 million people that are paying roughly $7 billion into a city budget, so we have an ability to run this city.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Ms. Hahn, followed by Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I just rise to support the very, very hard work of everyone that was involved in the coalition of our city unions. Thank you so much. You know, it's hard to get 15 or 14 of us to agree on things on this side, and I can only imagine how difficult it was to try to bring together every member of the city employees unions to ratify this agreement. But I will tell you, while I have always loved and respected our city employees, I think we have the greatest city employees of any city, really, in the country. I did find a new respect during this process, because no matter what the challenge we gave to your leaders, even when the numbers kept changing, the leaders of this coalition kept saying, we're going to stay at the table, we're going to go back to our members, we're going to tell them we need to work to find more sacrifices, and clearly you did sacrifice on a number of levels. But ultimately, this agreement saved jobs, saved the city, and I'll tell you, it was sort of, it renewed, I think, our belief that everyone loves Los Angeles. Everyone loves Los Angeles. The workers who work here, those of us who are elected to serve you, the city staff, everyone loved Los Angeles, and that really came through loud and clear. We had a huge crisis in front of us. We had a huge challenge. but everyone rose to the occasion, and I really want to thank all those within the coalition for your hard work, for your tenacity, for your persistence in staying at the table until we reached a deal that everyone could agree on. Next year sounds like it's going to be another big challenge, but I believe we can make it through together because of our effort to keep this city the great city that I know we all love. So thank you to everybody. This was a great agreement.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. LaBonge, followed by Mr. Reyes.
It is good to be thankful every day to have an opportunity to serve the city of Los Angeles. I do want to thank the coalition, and I do want to thank those who are beyond the sound of my voice, those who are out in the streets of Los Angeles serving. As tomorrow is Halloween, and we had a heavy windstorm this week, a number of city workers from a variety of public works department were on a street to clean up what is going to be a festive evening tomorrow in a neighborhood where all children are welcome to come to from all over. Doesn't happen unless the city of Los Angeles and its workers goes there. And that's just duplicated 1,000 times. And I think of every librarian who's helping a student this afternoon find their way through the maze of the educational challenges where our libraries are packed full of people. And parks and recreation and parks. Very important all the way up and down the line. Thanks for the cooperation. As Mr. Parks mentioned earlier, we don't know what the future holds, but we know we're prepared to do what's right for the city of Los Angeles, which is right for the people, not just who live here, but the people who work for the people of Los Angeles, the city employees of Los Angeles. We continue to do hard work and make the sacrifices necessary to make the city the greatest place that it is. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Mr. Reyes, followed by Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to stand and echo the very same thanks that we've been hearing from my colleagues. You know, the strong work from the CAO, Miguel Santana and the staff, all the folks who blended in a very timely way to get us to this point. I want to thank our chairperson, our chairman Bernard Parks, and the Council President, his leadership, but my colleagues for being able to focus on this and really look at the list of employees that we have here, all the different positions, all the functions, clerical, librarians, recreation assistants, professional medical, recreational supervisor librarians, executive administrative assistants, on and on. These are the folks that see you day to day. These are the Angelinos that, when they look at the city, they say, what is my tax dollar doing? And the good work that you're presenting, the projects we accomplish, all the unsung heroes that are stuck in the different offices throughout the night, you're the ones that make it happen. So thank you for your participation, your level of cooperation in getting to this point. I know next will be just as tough, but I think we need to keep asking ourselves the question, what kind of city are we? Are we a balanced city? Are we a city that just doesn't carry a big stick, but also provides many other ways in which we can address the needs of our communities? And that's going to be the challenge we have in the future. So again, thank you. I just want to rise on behalf of my constituents. The first district, we have 40% poverty. And there's about 5 districts that can be portrayed that way. And these are the services that are direly needed, that for many are substantive, and if not subsistence levels, that they survive in, and you make a difference. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Koretz, followed by Ms. Perry.
I just want to say that I'm so proud of our city employees as we came through this process. There are a lot of folks that look at the labor negotiating process as an adversarial process, but if there ever was a question, and if it ever was more clear that our city employees are not our adversaries, they are our partners, that certainly was made clear in this process. You've all made a huge sacrifice. We're all grateful to you for doing that. It allows our city to continue to work. I'm just proud to have been a part of it, and let's go forward and make this a great city.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Ms. Perry, followed by Mr. Cardenas. Ms. Perry, followed by Mr. Cardenas.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and I wanted to say thank you to everybody who participated in this process, because it's very difficult. It's been a very difficult process and a balancing act, and today, is a giant step forward, but just one cautionary note that this is just today. We still have to monitor very closely our bond ratings, the economic indicators, our unemployment rate, our property tax revenue, sales tax revenue, our position with the state and the upcoming fiscal year. And so this doesn't end today. This is just a step forward, cautionary note. And I have to appreciate all my colleagues, and in particular, I just want to express my appreciation to Mr. Parks for providing sound theories based on 40 years of experience, and to give him some respect even when others don't. Okay? And to say thank you, because I would like to be able to exist in a political climate where we can have dialogue, where we can have discourse, and where we can have debate, and where often people are too uncomfortable to do that. But I appreciate the fact that we have a legislative body that is tolerant and open to hearing different viewpoints and expressed in different ways. So I just want to say thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Mr. Cardenas, followed by Mr. Rosendahl.
No, Councilmember Alarcon, Bernard is not retiring. But appropriate acknowledgement was given, I think so. But I just want to, first of all, thank the union leadership for hanging in there when you went to your members and they voted, and then because of information that was either inaccurate or the wrong numbers or what have you, you had the almost impossible task of going back to the workers and re-explaining all of those details and explaining to them if we were going to do right by the city, we all had to lay down our swords and look to the best in us and do the right thing. And you did a tremendous job in doing so. Also, specifically, I'd like to thank the union workers for voting, considering, and doing the right thing in these very, very difficult times. Also, I'd like to thank my colleagues. I think it was one of the finest moments that I've been involved with when it comes to the City Council of Los Angeles, the legislative body of the city. Here it is, right here, and I think we did a wonderful job this time. I think that we did our job, and we stepped up in this very, very difficult time on this very difficult, convoluted situation as it had become, and we did our job. So congratulations to all of you as well. But one thing as well I'd like to include, I hope that throughout this time, as time rolls forward, that the taxpayers look at this period and the things that were given up by our workers and the giving that went all the way around and the hard work that was done, that I believe that we did a pretty darn good job on behalf of the people who send the billions of dollars to the city so that this city can run and function and serve them. So I'd like to thank them as well, and hopefully they'll see the truth that this was a very, very difficult time, a very difficult job, but a pretty darn good job was handed to them, the taxpayers, by everybody involved. In addition to that, I'd like to ask my colleagues, members, if you could please do me a favor, and I know I'm putting you on the spot, but I think that you'll concur with me, that perhaps we should stand up and give an applause to the city workers who made this difficult decision. We, the policymakers of the city, convoluted it. They went back to them, and they made the right decision. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Rosendahl, followed by Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could ask Miguel to get up there real quickly. First, I will never forget the meeting that we had of Budget Committee late one night, and the dialogue was very substantial. I don't consider the union's public comment for 2 minutes. I consider them a partner in our relationship, and the discussions need to be very substantive and very open and very clear, and the respect and dignity between both labor and management needs to be as positive as we just went through. So I just want to thank my colleagues, especially when Mr. Parks was chairing the meeting and allowed it to happen, and I appreciate how the interaction took place and a new day was created. But quickly, I know the bigger issue beyond the kumbaya of this moment
has to do with the pension plans going forward. It has to do with the larger issues that are somewhat addressed in this thing. First, you've said that we're talking about $77.8 million in total savings identified, which is really the union outlining the issues that they were willing to work on. And this gives us comfort, correct?
It certainly goes a long way in addressing the deficit that we're currently facing this year, yes.
Mm-hmm. And how does this impact when we just start, after this is over, dealing with the next budget, which we must do right away?
Well, there are elements of this plan that carry over to next year. The majority do. So the savings that we're generating, particularly in postponing the COLAs for a year, some of the other areas will give us a good head start for next year. Mm-hmm. Yes.
And what's your sense of the whole pension issue? I was told, since I've been in this horseshoe here, that we have a structural deficit, and the structural deficit gets worse, and the figures keep changing, but it gets worse. The amazing commitment the union made to go from 6% to 7% is a step in the right direction. But what also needs to be done when we look at the budget going forward?
Well, I mean, our pension issue is one of the biggest issues we're facing right now and for the future. And a critical piece of this agreement is an ongoing dialogue with our various partners in labor to really roll up our sleeves to figure out how we're going to address it. That's really the ultimate way that we're going to get out of this difficult place that we're in, is by sitting together and figuring out how each side is going to contribute to fixing this problem. But unfortunately, for next year, our pension obligation is a major component as to why we continue to face fiscal difficulty.
So, cutting through what you just said, bottom line is we have to address that issue. 7%, which is great, is not enough.
I think we need to look at figuring out ways to increase that contribution at some point, yes.
And when we talk about increase that contribution, what all the workers need to realize, it's an investment in themselves. It is an investment in their future. It is them realizing the world we live in. And my constituents over and over bring up the point, hey, Bill, nobody's bailing me out of my pension issue. But these are sacred contracts. These are sacred relationships. This is a family here. And in that context, and I know the unions appreciate what I'm saying too, that it is our individual contributions, which is an investment in ourselves, coupled to obviously with the city's support, will take some of the pressure off of people's misperception out there that the city operates one way and the rest of the world operates another. So those honest, open discussions about the pension, what it means, where it goes, what risks we take as individuals and as a city have to be in the forefront this time. And nobody needs to mumble it anymore like it had been before. And that's why I thought it was great. Not only did everybody come to the table and everybody work things out, but that issue was beginning to be addressed, and we started addressing it just now, but it is not over, right?
Correct. It's certainly not over.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome, Mr. Rosenthal. Mr. Parks, followed by Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Parks is waving through. Mr. Garcetti? We'll get Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Garcetti, you're up. And you are our final speaker on this.
Thank you. I just wanted, I talked with our CAO, and I just wanted to make sure that we contextualize this, because I know there's been a lot of talk out there, and as the members of the public and media and others are curious, what is the impact of this on our budget? Can you give us the snapshot with this agreement? Where do we move towards? What is left in the deficit? Because I was very frustrated as we've been closing the deficit through all sorts of different ways that we still hear that we have a $400 million deficit. That isn't the reality of where we are. We still have a rainy day fund, which, you know, a state struggles to put together. We've had one, and we still have it, and it's quite strong. Why don't you give just a quick snapshot to the public and to the members of the council of where we are with this agreement? You know, obviously we have another agreement before us today on the police, which will give us some further savings and get us very close to completing that budget deficit. With the caveat, as Mr. Parks said, we have to take the temperature each month, as I know you are doing, to make sure we're hitting those goals. But why don't you let us know that?
Certainly, thank you. A month ago, when I was before you, I talked about a $400 million deficit that our city is facing, and we work collectively to find solutions to it. Fortunately, this agreement provides us a significant headway, and when combined with the other agreement that's before you with the Police League, as well as other different activities that your council has authorized, we have been able to reduce that deficit from $400 million to close to $100 million. And that's a significant reduction in a very short period of time. Our job is twofold now. Our job is to monitor the elements of each one of the savings that we put in place, making sure that 2,400 people in our workforce participate in ERIP, for example, to help generate the savings that targeted, as well as to monitor closely the other elements. As it relates to ERIP, I should mention to you a little bit about what our process is. Our opening date for ERIP starts on Monday, and we're ready to go. We have a website that we're encouraging everyone to actually go into as a way of filling out an application online. We have targeted 2,000
address for that? For city employees that may be listening, what is the address for that website? Do you have
the website is erip.lacity.org as the actual email.
Yep.
URL. And so folks should be encouraged to go to that website. You'll have as much information as possible about ERIP. If you still have additional questions on the program itself, we will have a phone bank through the 311 system that individuals could call and actually speak to a live human being who will be able to answer any questions. As I mentioned, there are 2,400 slots in ERIP, and there are already 400 of them that have been taken by those individuals who have applied for retirement. If you recall, there's a retroactive clause to this agreement. The reason that's significant is because on an annual basis, we get about 500 individuals who retire. We're not even at Halloween, and we've already had 400 people retire. So any employee who's interested in participating in this program is encouraged to apply as soon as possible. It would be disappointing to someone who decides to apply and ends up being number 2,401 and would be no longer eligible to participate in this program. So this is not, it's important to make this significant decision, but once you made it, to act quickly. The website has the application. It has a calculator that allows you to actually find out what the benefits are so as you make your decisions. Once you apply, then you will receive notice of being accepted. There's some classifications and some positions that are not allowed to be part of ERIP, and each general manager knows which ones those are. If you are accepted, then you should apply through LACERS, specifically for formal retirement. The application that we have on our website is not the formal retirement application, so employees must still take that second step. We will be reporting to your council on a regular basis on the number of people who participate, and as Chairman Parks indicated, as it relates to the other elements of the program, we will be reporting before the Budget and Finance Committee on a monthly basis on the status of those other elements to make sure that we're on target for next year, for the remainder of the year. As it relates to the pending $100 million that we have before us, obviously our options become more and more limited as we start engaging in various solutions, but we plan to come to your council sometime either late this calendar year or early in 2010 with recommendations on how to reduce that gap and to eliminate it altogether. We have to wait to see how many people actually enroll in ERIP to make that determination. And certainly concurrently, we'll be working on next year's budget, which unfortunately is likely to have deficit of about the same size that we have this year. But I'm pleased to see that through the action of this council and the mayor that we've been able to take swift action in addressing our deficit. $100 million sounds like a lot, but when you start it off with $400 million, it certainly makes it much more tangible and easier to address.
Thank you, and thank you for your hard work on that as well, just coming in as CAO in the midst of all of this. And do me a favor, as we're looking at the deficit next year, let's not say it starts at the same amount, because some of the savings we're agreeing on for this year are embedded for next year. So let's give our employees that respect and make sure that they know that that's counted there. Our police employees, should that go through, that that's there as well, because it's fun to say those big numbers, and trust me, the numbers are no less big in the sense that the problem is as large, and the sacrifices will have to be made. But I think we owe it to the employees and to the hard work that you have done and everyone around here to show that progress as we start next year as well. So again, colleagues, I urge your I vote. I know we have it today. We'll send this to the mayor right away, and thank you to those partners of ours who are on the other side of this MOU. You have been there every single step of the way, and we owe you the strength of the city, and certainly, as Mr. Park said, the people who are behind you, who support and pay your salaries, the same ones who support and pay our salaries, the people of Los Angeles, have benefited from government as it should work today. Congratulations.
And Mr. Garcetti, you were the last speaker, but now Mr. Huizar. Then he is our last speaker.
Thank you very much. I just want to, again, thank everybody, Miguel, particularly you and the CAO and CLA, and who came in and did a wonderful job of bringing all the parties together. You were the glue that held us together, so thank you so much for that. And I know a lot's been said, but I have one final point. A few months ago, I brought up an issue of possibly having a peer mentoring program so that if we do lose a lot of our senior level people, and we are going to have more of them retire now, we should have some way of transferring that wisdom and knowledge and institutional knowledge to some of the younger workers. Hopefully we could develop some type of program for them, or think about how we may do that as well. So thanks to all involved. This was the right thing to do and avoid layoffs and disrupt city services. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Huizar. That matter is now before us. Ladies and gentlemen, open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Very well. Forthwith on that matter. All righty. Thank you very much. And that rousing applause for a hard-fought contract. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 16, and that was called Special 4 Cards, and there is an amending motion that has been distributed to the council members.
Dr. Williams, number 16, sir.
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, Northeast LA, Sierra Club, Angeles Chapter, Water Committee. What causes debris flows? The debris plan is short-sighted. It doesn't really deal with the causes of this debris problem that is being recognized now. As a scientist, I have to deal with both causes and their effects. Why did we have the brush fires to begin with? Because the LA City and LA County fire departments did not do their jobs. There is a brush clearance ordinance in the LA City. It is the most stringent in the United States, but a stringent policy, regulations, doesn't do anything to the brush if it's not enforced. NCDs 1, 2, 5, 11, and even in 14. Take Mount Washington. A lot of people like their greenery. A lot of people like the trees. A lot of people like the fires. No, that's wrong. If we don't enforce the rules, they won't be complied with. And you'll be back here next year, and the year after, and the year after, and the year after, until those rules are enforced. and made so that we don't have to reposition the fire trucks every fire season for brush rather than structures, and so that we have these debris plans again and again and again. Oh, by the way, who's going to pay for them? The 60% that don't have any fire danger because they don't have the greenery of the hills. They're down on the flat lines. Then we have the lot clearance, and that takes that. And also, if these measures are implemented,
Thank you, Doctor.
who takes the liability?
Thank you, Doctor. That matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
I'm sorry, reconsider, there was no one on the queue. Mr. Alarcon, were you on the queue? If you want to speak, we can reconsider. Okay, that matter, open the roll on the reconsideration, close the roll, tabulate the vote. Mr. Alarcon, is your button
13
working?
ayes.
Was your button working? Because nothing came up on the queue.
No, I thought we had requested it special, but I guess it was made special because of the card.
Oh.
So, okay.
Okay. It was because of the card, sir. Go ahead. Mr. Alarcon.
Members, this motion has to do with the potential for mud flow as a result of the recent fires. And I'd like to ask the Emergency Management Department to step forward and give us a brief understanding of what the status of the potential for mud flow problems in the city of Los Angeles. Obviously, many of us suffered with tremendous fires approximately within the last year, and so obviously after the fire comes the risk of mudslides. And I'm not concerned with the actions of the department as much as I'm concerned with the public's knowledge of what we have been doing. So if you could give us a quick summary of the status of the potential for mud flow problems, I'd appreciate it for the public's benefit.
Certainly. Good afternoon, Member of Council. Anna Burton with the City's Emergency Management Department. The station fire began on August 26th, and it was actually contained on October 16th. This 22-day fire was the largest brush fire in Los Angeles County history. Although it did not burn directly within the city of Los Angeles itself, the areas are now predicted to have mud and debris flows that will potentially directly impact Council Districts 2 and 7, and several communities including Sunland, Tujunga, Granada Hills, Lakeview Terrace. In addition to the work going on specific to the station fire, we're also looking at areas in direct impact from earlier fires, including the Merrick Cessna and the Sayre fire. 6 days after the fire began, on Tuesday, September 2nd, the Emergency Management Department appointed a recovery officer, a senior staff member in our office, who since that time has been leading the coordination for a station fire mud flow response task force. Various city agencies are directly involved, including the Fire Department, Police Department, Public Works Bureau of Engineering, Floodplain Management, geographical divisions, who are doing extensive mapping, the Bureau of Street Services, and the city's Department of Building and Safety. Non-city agencies included are the Los Angeles County Department of Public Works, the U.S. Forest Service. They've developed a burn area emergency response plan referred to as a BEAR report. The U.S. Geological Survey, who was actually on October 6th, released a comprehensive debris flow report that has caused them substantial concern and interest. We've been working with the USDA, who has some mitigation grant monies that the county is applying for, and the city is working with them to see how those funds could be used. And working directly with the National Weather Service, who provides us rain and weather reports and will specifically provide us debris flow watches and warnings based on the specific burn areas that we're working on. Specific to the risk ratings, they're based on rainflow, low rainfall, moderate, and extreme rainfall. And those rainfalls have a variety of variables specific to the debris flow areas. They are based the rainflow per hour, the volume, the concentration to a specific area, the duration, and the soil content. We have a variety of different variables that also include the basin and the storm area gradients and the steepness of slopes, soil properties and erodibility, the length and flow of the basins, the burn extent, and how much vegetation was burned. And given the last rain now, the predictions based on the vegetation and its regrowth, how those predictions may change. Working closely with the County of Los Angeles and their public works, specific to community preparedness and actual mitigation prevention efforts, we have developed a reconnaissance team. Those dual reconnaissance teams have been going door to door and looking at all of the basins. On the 26th and 27th of this week, they evaluated all of the county collection sites within the city of Los Angeles, and of them they have identified 5 areas or 5 basins that need additional clearance, and they will be working on those immediately to remediate and make sure that they have the fullest containment capability possible. In addition to releasing information cooperatively developed by the City of Los Angeles and County of Los Angeles Public Works, the City of Los Angeles has gone door to door in areas identified as being at the highest risk. We will continue the outreach efforts, and we will be doing weekly public outreach efforts, working closely with the police department and the fire department to do public meetings and continue the distribution of public information related to what residents and businesses can do before, and sharing what they should do if an event should occur, and we would need to respond to an event related to rain, mud, or debris flows. That concludes the information that we have thus far.
Thank you very much. If we could, in a nutshell, capture, if somebody believes they're in an area of danger relative to mudslide potential, what should they do? Who should they call? And what will happen if they call?
During an event, sir, or in preparation for an event?
Prior to an event.
We are working very closely.
Right now.
Right now, we have been working specifically and directly with those residents. We went door to door.
Well, what if somebody thinks they're in an area of danger?
If they think they're in an area of danger, they can call the City of Los Angeles 311. Engineers through either building and safety or through, really specifically through our department, will coordinate with city agencies and county agencies to go to the residents specifically and provide information, and the County of Los Angeles is also providing engineers to go to their specific residents and assist and provide information based on the risk.
Okay, and finally, are we just crying wolf because we've said there was going to be all these massive mudslides, and then the storms that hit didn't produce any of those massive mudslides. So what are your thoughts on the notion that maybe we're just crying wolf, and people they really don't have to get that prepared because this is just a lot of hyperbole?
Well, from the Emergency Management Department, we never cry wolf. I think every ounce of prevention that we put into educating the city, the public, residents, and businesses is $5 saved post-event. So understanding the area that we live in, which is the same reason we do earthquake drills, and we advise residents that you do live in a high-risk area. If not this year, the potential based on the historical data is significant enough to say that you do live in an area subject to debris and mud flows, so perhaps not this winter, but preparing now will save property and lives throughout the rest of our history.
So how come we didn't have the mudslides the last time the storms hit, just a week or so ago?
From the scientist's perspective, it was the duration, the amount, and the focus of the rain on a specific area that did not reach the threshold necessary to cause mud flows.
If we do have that kind of saturation in a given area, mudslides could occur.
Yes, sir, they could occur.
Okay, so that's why people should be prepared.
Yes, sir.
It could happen at any time. Members, thank you so much for taking this information. The department has provided a memo to me, and we'll certainly distribute one to each office. It describes in much greater detail, but I hope that, and this matter will be referred to the Public Safety Committee for further observation, but hopefully we can prevent damage from occurring by being good on the prevention side. And I want to thank the department for the work they're doing and for continued success as we go forward, I hope. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Koretz, followed by Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I just wanted to first thank Councilmember Alarcon for his leadership in this area and for his acceptance of a friendly amendment to his motion that simply calls for a one-page simple public information sheet to be prepared for distribution to businesses and residents, and to ask that those be provided to council offices in appropriate volume for us to hand out at all the public meetings that we go to with residential organizations and the business community. And I'd ask our representative here if that could easily be done.
Yes, sir.
Good. Well, I appreciate that, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Mr. LaBonge,
Thank you,
Mr. Rosendahl.
Ms. Day, thank you for continued service. Mr. Alarcon, it will take a number of days of saturation, and then all of a sudden the mud just comes off the top of the hill. But preparation is a daily endeavor. And I know you were asking a rhetorical question because of your experience, but the tragedy that we're going to have is if we are not prepared. So the constant preparation is key. This is 2010 almost. In 2007 of May, we had the fire in Griffith Park. It just now has what would be peach fuzz, if you could use that term, of growth on the hillside areas of the park, but it may hold until there's so much rain that it would pull it off. So you absolutely don't know, but preparation is always the key word here. Anna Day, thank you, and Mr. Featherstone, thank you, and Mr. Alarcon, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Mr. Rosendahl.
First of all, I got to tell you that I really appreciate what we're doing and the direction we're going. I have the hillsides and the Palisades and in Brentwood, and we still have the part on the Sepulveda Pass where we've had two fires. It's starting to come back a little bit. I think the rain we just got was a blessing, and it wasn't too much, it wasn't too little. It was enough to germinate seeds and not cause mudslide. Where do you see us at overall now from this motions today? What will that do for my folks in the Palisades and Brentwood and the hillsides?
Well, I think the ongoing planning will certainly provide more information to those departments, keep them more aware of the citywide cooperative efforts, and the preparedness information that we develop specific to the Station, Merrick, and Sayre fires can be used in other areas across the city in terms of preparedness for floods and debris and mud flows.
So is there a possibility to have a community meeting that I could have in my district with this? Because people are always concerned about the fire potential and about potential mudslides and their own safety. Can we take some of the best practices that maybe are coming out of our latest emergency experiences and share that? For instance, I would love to see a presentation before the Pacific Palisades Neighborhood Council and the Brentwood Neighborhood Council explaining what we've just done today and what that could mean to them. Could we do that?
Certainly. As we move through with all the specific and the neighborhood and the community meetings, that same format will be offered to other areas as well. Yes, sir.
Yeah, very, very good. And, of course, emergency preparedness is a big thing. I held a meeting in my Del Rey community about it, potentially earthquake issues and what we need to do. Do you coordinate this at all with the CERT program, certification? Do you see that as a nexus here?
Actually, one of the things we're doing right now is specific to the CERT program. They have a smaller training program called the Disaster Assistance Course, the DAC course, and we're working specifically with the fire department's lead on that to incorporate mud and debris flow awareness into the DAC course, and that'll be a consistent element offered from here on out.
Excellent, excellent. Very happy to hear that, and I look forward to putting a joint meeting with the Palisades and the Brentwood people with you.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes, followed by Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you, Council President. In the Northeast, we have these old historic hills that were built out. Even before we had sewer systems, we had septic tanks that were in the hills, and there's a history here of how these septic tanks over time erode and they deteriorate. When you have this level of inconsistency, the earth expands, it gets soaked. As you were describing the dynamics of these mudslides, how cautious do we need to be in understanding the integrity of these septic tanks, and do we have an understanding of where they might be? Is there a way to fold in that whole dynamic when we talk about the presence of these older infrastructures and these older hills in the Los Angeles area? How does that factor in from your point of view?
I'm not aware of how that would factor in or the efforts that have been ongoing. I'll have to report back to you on that.
Now, could I get at least a report back, or at least start making that part of our considerations, because there are communities out there that do have these old septic tanks. We've had landslide because of one. When they thought it was a construction site, it was actually a septic tank. I'm imagining that it's now 15 years later since I've been dealing with that. These facilities are only getting worse. They're more eroded. Isn't that a concern we should have as we look at these different factors?
Yeah, we'll have our recovery team look into that issue as well and be able to report back on what the status is and what work has been done.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Mr. Cardenas.
Yes, thank you. Can you please repeat what department you work for?
I'm with the Emergency Management Department. I'm the Assistant General Manager under Jim Featherstone.
So you're a city employee?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I want to thank you for your presentation. You've been very succinct, concise in your information. You're taking notes, taking in information as well. And I just wanted to thank you for your diligence and your professionalism. But also I wanted to remind the people of Los Angeles that when they complain about how many employees we have and things of that nature, one thing that they need to understand is there are a lot of cities that don't have somebody like you on top of a situation like this. And unfortunately, when emergencies come about, there's something called emergency contracting. And we can hire, or a municipality or a county or a district, special district can actually hire a firm to do exactly the kinds of things that you're doing and presenting to us. The only thing is, they're going to charge a heck of a lot of money because it's an emergency contract. They don't even have to go out to RFP. They don't have to go out to RFP. They just go ahead and say, hey, there's somebody on the list. We got a fire that just happened or some floods that just occurred. We need some analysis, and you're professionals. You have scientists or geologists or what have you, and they charge a heck of a lot of money. I would think that a contract like that would probably cost maybe 2-3 times whatever your salary might be. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to acknowledge the fact that I think you're doing a wonderful job. I was talking to Councilmember Alarcon, who's been working with you and your colleagues a lot more than I personally have, and I want to thank you for that. And I thought it was a perfect opportunity to remind the taxpayers of Los Angeles, we are a very sophisticated city. Yes, we do have a lot of employees, but we do things that a lot of other constituents never get the benefit of. And unfortunately, when they do need that benefit, they go contract out on a moment's basis, and they charge 2, 3, 4 times as much to do the job that you're doing. So I want to thank you for that. And also I wanted to take a few seconds to acknowledge that 2 of the districts that were affected the most by these recent fires in the north end of the valley are the 7th Council District and the 2nd Council District. And right now, we don't have an elected representative in the 2nd Council District. So I wanted to thank Councilmember Alarcon for going through the diligent process of making sure that this presentation was made so that as many people as possible can understand what's going on and know where to get information and all the other facts that were brought out in the last few minutes. So I want to thank Councilmember Alarcon for doing the job of 2 people. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we can open the roll. Is this a vote on this matter, Madam Clerk?
I'm sorry, Mr.
A
President?
vote on this matter?
Yes.
Open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Very well.
Thank you.
Item number 13, please, and Mr. Garcetti on number 13, please.
It's a very busy day and a very important day for the City of Los Angeles, not only in our civilian contracts that we have with the workers who are part of our city departments, but also today with our sworn employees, most specifically here today, the men and women of the Los Angeles Police Department, as represented by the Police Protective League in negotiations of how, too, they can be great partners in helping us close our budget gap for this coming year. What we have before us is the MOU that was based on bargaining instructions from the EERC, our Executive Employee Relations Committee, for the CAO to negotiate with the police union, the Police Protective League. And this came back, it was approved in EERC, though not unanimously, it was approved, and went forward to the members of the Police Protective League where it was ratified. And today this is the final step for us then to put our stamp on it if we are so inclined. I certainly am, and I urge my colleagues to support this today for a number of reasons. There's some very important parts of this which allow us to work collaboratively with our police officers, not just in this year but in future years, to cut costs and to make sure that we're looking after some of the things that have been for many years in our contracts that we probably just can't afford looking forward. That we have to be vigilant and know that for police officers the most important thing is to protect their jobs, to protect the hours that they have, because that's good for the public as well, to make sure that they have men and women who are out there on the beat, in their cars, on bicycles, walking, and folks that are doing the specialized units that help us protect and serve the people of Los Angeles. I'd like to ask the CAO to come forward if he would as well. Much of this has been made public. We're not going to discuss unless people, this isn't agendized to be in closed session. I didn't think it needed to be because all of this has been something in the interest of the general public and something that I think we can share, although the details, I'll let the CAO use whatever discretion he wants to. But what is important to the people of Los Angeles is what savings do we get in that $400 million you discussed less than an hour ago that we were chipping away at and getting down to about $100 million. What is the contribution here, knowing this is the largest department, knowing that at the same time we prioritize this as the last thing that we should cut because it really is the difference between life and death, it's the difference between property, it's the difference between violence on our streets and not, that knowing that that priority is there, knowing that city employees stepped up as well to protect that from the civilian side, what sort of savings can we look at with this memorandum of understanding for the rest of this fiscal year and since it's a 2-year contract next year as well?
Thank you. What you have before you is an agreement that will result in nearly $60 million worth of savings for this fiscal year and $100 million worth of savings for next fiscal year. And those savings mainly come in form of the better management of overtime. There's $45 million worth of savings in overtime cost in this year alone. It's important to clarify how that would operate. Today, an officer can receive a cash payment for any overtime he or she occurs after 96 hours. What we changed is now that number has been lifted to 400 hours and the difference they get in time. The department will work closely and manage that use of overtime on a regular basis to make sure that we're not getting officers to that 400-hour level. And we will also be working with the chair of the Budget and Finance and his committee to monitor those savings to ensure that we reach the $45 million target. And that same mechanism will be applied for next year as well.
And how much is then the total for the 2 years that we'll be looking at saving?
For the 2 years, it's $160 million.
$60 million. That is no insignificant number, and in the constraints of what we presented to the union, which is that there seemed to be no consensus to either go up to more officers or go down from less from what the budget agreement was. I think that those are very sizable savings given those constraints, and I appreciate that the Police Protective League, and no unions are usually in the business of saying give us fewer members, said that there are alternatives as well that would garner more savings, but don't ask us to get those savings if you're going to keep the force where it is, and we appreciate that. I also want to thank the PPL because this is a group of individuals that did continue to stay at the table, did continue to talk and put ideas out there and to counter any ideas that we had. And I think together, it showed real leadership because nobody likes to go to their members and say, hey, a bonus is going to be gone this year. But some of those things, I think, just eyes wide open, are fair. And the men and women who every single day police Los Angeles, we have to know that in future years they're not going to be as good and as strong, and we're going to have well-paid police officers and we're going to compensate them well, but the kind of Christmas tree of benefits that we've put both on civilian contracts and on sworn contracts in tough years just can't sustain themselves, and I think they recognize that and we appreciate that. In an ideal world we would give bonuses for everything, for bilingual pay, for boots and uniforms, for all the things that are part of the job, and yet in a year like this it shows that we can protect as much service as possible, and eyes wide open, as you said, with the overtime. That does mean some of the service, and Mr. Parks has been eloquent in saying this too, there will be some service that's not out there, but it will be much less than in any other departments because we've put public safety first. And I hope that that is a good place as we start our discussions with the Police Protective League and UFLAC and all of our unions at looking at our pension health, that we really put all those things on the table because protecting the pensions is in the interest of their members and of their union, as well as the fiscal strength of the city. And where we've had two sets of unions today, the Police Protective League and the Coalition, be there and put that stuff on the table, it shows what collaboration yields. So I am indebted, and I thank you all, gentlemen, for the work that you put in, the hard work in the negotiations, and for your staff as well. I want to thank Marita and all the folks that were there to make sure that we had an agreement that made sense for the people of Los Angeles, and as well for those members of the ERC that helped push those bargaining instructions. So I urge your support a second time today, colleagues, for this contract. It helps us get another chunk of the deficit disposed of for this year and for next year. I'm glad this is a 2-year contract. And then we can look at better years where we move forward, but this is a strong start as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Parks, followed by Mr. Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the things I just want to kind of reiterate what I discussed in EERC, because I have a concern that although I certainly have an appreciation for closing down this contract, I do have a concern about several things. One, I believe that we have unnecessarily lost some flexibility. I think when the mayor's budget went forward with $129 million, within this contract, within 2 years, we're barely just over that 129. And then when we look at how we're talking of savings that we label it, it's really deferral. We're talking about deferring costs to later years so that when the 2 years is up, there's an expectation we pay for it, and then we got to pay for that subsequent year, and I just don't know if we have that kind of resource. The other issues I'm concerned with is that having a district that either is number 1 or number 2 in crime, between myself and Ms. Perry, that we are constantly looking for the deployment of officers. And when we look at the 400 hours of excess of dealing with the overtime, we look at the elimination of buying back vacation time and then paying of sick time with time. Those are tremendous hours off the street. Having lived through the department when we had banks of 496 hours, having unlimited, the reason the struggle was to get paid overtime was to ensure that we could put people on the street. And unlike the LA City's fire department's managed hiring program, that's real money. They are giving back $30-some-odd million. We can use that money. It's not deferred. Here, we're putting time on the books that then get deferred, and that is a loss of personnel. When we start thinking about the incremental decisions that we made, from eliminating the 45 minutes from lunch, for the incremental decisions of the overtime, I think you will find that we will be shocked to know how few hours this $1.6 billion budget is actually putting on the street. And I think that's where we will be in the situation that in the next 2 years, that we will be in a situation that we can't alter it. As I mentioned, Miguel, to you before, I think, yes, we should be very pleased with the 2 zeros, but I don't think that we should approve any contracts now and in the future that does not have strong reopener language. And merely to have reopener language that says we'll come back to the table and talk, but there's no agreement to go beyond that, just ties our hands to where we have already predicted that the $75 million shortfall for this year's budget for this year's revenue will probably hit 100 plus. And to tie our hands to where somewhere down the line we're going to need that flexibility just causes great pain to say, how are we going to get there? And I don't believe there's a great appreciation for when we talk about whacking other unions, it's EAA and things of that nature, just what a vital role they play in the operational effectiveness of these large departments. If they're not around, who's going to fix those radios? Who's going to fix those computers? Who's going to put the time into the kinds of things that keep these departments rolling? And then my final issue, which probably took me over the top, was we had about a 30-year policy of which we removed the board of directors of the unions onto their dime to do union activity. We've now come up with almost $1 million to now they're on the city dime to do union activities. And I think that is a 30-year departure that was hard-fought, and it was something that if you're going to do union business, you should be paid on your release time by your union, not by the City of L.A. And so these are things that I'm concerned about. Again, I was hopeful that we would get more back, and that particularly when we know that very shortly pension costs for LAPD will go up to 80% of salary. We have nothing in this contract that helps us on that pension issue, and I don't know where we're going to get 80% when we figure that the police department budget is going to be $1.45 billion. Where do you get $800 million just to pay for pension? These are the flexibility issues that I'm concerned that a month, 2 months, a year from now, we'll be looking at each other saying, why did we lock ourselves in this box? So those are my concerns. I voted against it in EERC. I'll vote against it today because I just don't think it serves the public.
Thank you, Mr. Garr. Mr. Parks, Mr. Rosendahl, followed by Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good to see you again, and thank you for all your hard work. And I want to thank the PPL, too. They were very straightforward from the very beginning. They put their stuff on the table, and they were willing to negotiate and discuss it. Thank you, guys, for doing that on the PPL. Just want to make sure, because my people, the bigger question all the time is you're going to put any officers on furlough. Obviously, we're saying, in item number 4 here, the city agrees there will be no furloughs of bargaining unit members during the term of the MOU.
That is correct.
That needs to be clearly understood, because I must tell you, I had officers coming up to me, please don't furlough me, I mean this and that. I've had constituents coming up to me. We're able to resolve that issue. Hats off to you on that. Okay, the next thing is the civilianization and able-bodied officers. Where are we at on that issue?
Well, I think in this contract there's an agreement to begin the process of working with the department to sort that out. There's been a lot of conversation about the fact that there's many officers that are currently on the books who are doing civilian jobs, and that number fluctuates between 500 to 1,000 depending on which report you read. There has to be a real concerted effort to wrap our hands around that issue, and I think as the chairman pointed out on the issue of overtime, one of the ways of mitigating the impact on services is by having those individuals who are currently doing civilian type work back out in the field to engage in the kind of law enforcement activity that I think they want to do. And I think that would go a long way in mitigating the overtime problem that we have. At the end of the day, there certainly will be an impact on service. You don't reduce a $405 million deficit without impacting services throughout the city. But I think we came up with an agreement that allows us to pave the way for addressing some of the systemic problems that exist within the department, which civilization of the workforce is one of them.
Mm-hmm. And when we get to that, we've had a freeze on hiring civilians. There was a chicken and egg issue here. But a sworn officer compared to a civilian is like a 70%, right? There's a delta there.
Well, a civilian often is trained to do a particular job, and it's certainly in many cases less expensive. So there's an incentive for us to try to get as many officers off of civilian jobs, both in terms of a cost savings, but also because it then allows us to move that officer out into the field to do the work of law enforcement.
Yeah, and that's been pretty much everybody's concern is how many do we have on the street? Right now, how many do we have on the street doing that?
Well, again, there's different ways of looking at it.
Yeah.
I've seen a number ranging between 500 to 1,000.
Yeah. So will we get periodic reports on how we're civilianizing areas where they already were civilianized and able-bodied cops are in there? Will we get a sense?
Well, we'll be working closely with the league as well as with the department to start really digging deep into that issue and report regularly to the Public Safety Committee as well as Budget and Finance. At the end of the day, I believe that civilianizing the workforce is one of the components to addressing the costs in the department. So it's in our interest to try to find a solution for future budgets.
One of the reporters was using the word kicking the can down the road, and that had to do with accumulating overtime and also sick leave. What's your response to that?
Well, I think the context of that is that if the department doesn't manage its overtime, and one of the provisions in this contract is to give the department the ability to tell an officer once they reach close to that 400 hours to say, we really need you to take a couple days off so that you don't cross over that threshold. It's going to take a lot of work from every single station, closely monitor the use of overtime to ensure that we're not just kicking the can down the road. Because one of the things we don't want to see happen is that at the end of the day, we end up paying it out in cash when that officer retires.
Right.
And so it's really an issue of management to ensure that that doesn't happen. Our workforce is a young workforce. About, I understand, 40% of the workforce was hired under Chief Breton. So that's a significant number. And folks who are, I'm sure, in a position where they want to work overtime, we're just saying that we need to make sure that we monitor it carefully.
Okay, when we monitor it carefully, we need to monitor it carefully.
Right.
I don't want to hear 6 months from now we didn't do this, or how will we do that, structure it so that we know the command staff is monitoring that and it doesn't get overly
Well, I asked the Budget and Finance Committee to have this be a set item on its agenda on a monthly basis.
Very good.
That we report on the status of the use of overtime, not just as it relates to this contract, but to others, so that there's a level of accountability that comes to this particular contract. You know, one of the best parts of this contract is that it's in fact a two-year contract. It's not a 5-year contract.
Yeah.
And so a lot of these concepts set the framework for work that we want to do, this being one of them. And if it turns out not to be what we expected, we have the opportunity to revisit that in the next 18 months.
And I look forward to that. The second to last question is the courts. You know, they go to the court, and that's where a lot of overtime happens. What kind of a proactive strategy are we going to use with the DAs and other people in the court system so that we don't have that burden continue?
Well, we're looking at everything from video conferencing to the better use of beepers and phones so that officers are not having to wait hours at a time in a courtroom to find out that the case is being continued, so that their use of their time is a very focused use. And so those, I know the county is looking at those kinds of activities as well.
Yeah.
And so it's an area that we could aggressively make some headway on.
Okay, last thing is LAX and the cops there. Ms. Hahn put in another motion on that to question that issue again. And my bottom line was getting a little nervous when I hear that they're being used also to do stuff in Westchester. And of course I care about Westchester. Do you have any sensing of where that issue is right now with LAWA?
Well, I recently met with the general manager of the airports, and she raised that as a concern. We agreed to establish a working group to really start looking at what the appropriate use of LAPD is in that area, so to ensure that there's not duplication of efforts and redundancies between the airport police and LAPD. So I think and certainly the motion that was introduced is going to help us get there.
Very good. Well, thank you again for all your work. And
Thank
again,
you.
PPL, thank you for your leadership on this issue as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. Mr. Garcetti, our final speaker on this item.
Thank you. I just want to agree with our budget chair in regards, and also what Mr. Rosendahl just interacted with the CAO, that if we don't manage this, you're right, Mr. Parks, that this money will be lost. And we'll be back at the same, it is just deferred. So we really are going to rely, this is a message for the next chief and for his administration, that has to be managed well. It's not on the union, it is not on us. I mean, ultimately it is on us. But this has to be managed in a way that I know the CAO will assist, but the mayor's office and the chief and the council and the CAO and CLA together really have to make sure. And I think those monthly reports will be very useful. That it is real savings. It isn't fake savings as long as it is converted to the time. we still get the service levels the same, but if it's a big balloon payment 2 years from now, that is something that's going to gut us all and have a third year similar to this year and next year. So insofar as we move this forward today, we move it forward with real savings, requiring tough management, having gotten a good negotiation out of this, but something responsible enough for our men and women to be recognized. We appreciate the work that they do every single day, putting their lives on the line, and we owe it to them to see this through as well. Thank you.
Very well. That matter is now before us. No further speakers. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Very well. Mr. Parks?
Didn't work.
Mr. Parks?
My machine didn't work.
Wait, hold on a second. Mr. Parks will report as a no?
My machine didn't work.
Okay, you want to do it again?
Yeah.
Recording Mr. Parks is a no. Okay. Very well. Forthwith, please, to the mayor. And the other one prior to this on the civilian, forthwith to the mayor. That matter is now complete. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 17, and that was called special for cards.
Number 17, we have Dr. Williams.
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, Northeast LA. Wow, only $300,000 annualized for the year based upon today's resolutions. Are these reviewed by any relevant neighborhood council in the districts that they're going to occur in? Oh, by the way, $300,000 is enough for 6 neighborhood council budgets for the entire year. We don't see any of the audits of the unknown reimbursements. We don't see the records of the reimbursements at all. However, neighborhood councils have to give and give and give to done on every possible way of auditing. I would suggest that you take the entire section of special events out of city council and give it over to the neighborhood councils. You can keep the presentations. We do those ourselves also. So empower the neighborhood councils, give them the special events, and empower them with real events, not the street banners that might decorate the areas. So street banners, where do the street banner costs come out of? Does it come out of Dunn? Does it come out of the neighborhood councils or out of the council district offices? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Arnold Sachs is our next speaker. After that is John Walsh.
Special event fees again. I don't see any special event fees listed for Staples Center, LA Live. I don't see any special events fees listed for the Regency Theater grand opening. Didn't the council take an action on rescinding CF 940600 S48, the council action that was taken in 1995 to exclude 6 arenas in LA from paying for special event fees or being considered a special event so that they would not have to pay for traffic enforcement. We just heard a discussion regarding overtime. Are the officers who work these special events being reimbursed? First of all, are they charging the events for overtime? Because we heard in Transportation Committee that the LADOT overtime budget was being depleted, and the overtime budget was being used to staff these special events at 6 arenas. So I know that the council is hard at work. I know that the Office of Emergency Management is hard at work. Maybe they were the call for the sandwiches for the Michael Jackson event. The city attorney wants to get the money back for Michael Jackson event, but there's a city ordinance that directly states events at those arenas would be paid for by the city. Why doesn't one of the council members stand up and say,
Mr. President,
Mr.
he is
City
not
Attorney?
talking about these special events.
Yeah, we don't have on agenda today general discussion of special events. We have three ones: the Garfield Watch Halloween Block Party, a Declare Who's Next event, and a Declare Four-Legged Friends Foundation event. Those are the ones that are before us. We could schedule and have scheduled general conversations on special event policies in general, but it's only insofar that it affects those three, and you haven't brought that to bear on this one. So you have about 10 seconds left, but if you'd like to use that to make it coherent about this, we'd be happy to hear
My
this.
question would be, why aren't the events that you are considering, like Staples Center and LA Live?
None of those are before us today, unfortunately, sir. So
But they're
that's
never
not
before
us.
the council. And why is that?
They are quite often. John Walsh is our next speaker.
John Walsh, HollywoodHighlands.org, resident of LA since October 1976. And yes, the Garfield Watch Hollywood Block Party, 1,226 tax dollars that could have gone to the police, that could have gone to the firefighters, that could have gone to overtime. That money's going for chicken feces. The Garfield Watch Halloween Block Party. Wait a second. Isn't Halloween Satan's birthday? I don't understand. Let's go to the next one. Whose next event? They're paying their own money. God bless them. My favorite, the Four-Legged Friends Foundation. They're getting $530. That would pay for one day for a firefighter. And that works out, incidentally, to $132.50 a foot. Now, I just want to say, you don't put public safety first. You put Halloween block parties. This adds up and brings us, if we got rid of these, closer and closer to the $10 million we're behind. And that's why, if you want to find full statements, and you want to find a lot of what I can't say here, HollywoodHighlands.org, my blog, and Mickey Jackson's blog. And I'd like to invite the next mayor of the city of Los Angeles, Eric Garcetti, to my honeymoon.
Mr. President, he is not talking about these special events.
Thank you, and congratulations, Mr. Walsh. With that, we'll go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item called special, please.
Item number 19, called special by Councilmember Alarcon, and there is an amendment that has been distributed to the council members.
Okay, it's been circulated. Did you want to be heard on that, Mr. Alarcon, as well, or is it just to circulate the amendment? Okay, Mr. Alarcon.
Just briefly, members, this is related to the city creating an ordinance to create banking development districts for those districts that are short on banks and large on check cashing institutions. The fact of the matter is there are 944 check cashing outlets and 312 payday lenders in LA. That is more than twice the number of banks that we have, and including credit unions in our communities. And in some districts, I'm looking at Herb Wesson because he's across the aisle from me, but Jan Perry, Bernard Parks, Tony Cardenas, and Jose Huizar, Ed Reyes, we all have districts that have high concentrations of check cashing institutions. The idea of a banking development district actually emerges out of New York, where they established this about a decade ago. And what they do is they look at their deposits and they see if they can't put city deposits in banks to incentivize them to locate in a troubled area or an area that doesn't have a high concentration of banks. Last year, the city of New York dedicated $200 million to this purpose, and it is working. So independent banks are moving into areas that they otherwise wouldn't have because they simply couldn't make the market work. And also, I would add that we are asking to approve an amendment, Amendment 19A, that would add credit unions to this list. New York didn't do that, but I think we should. There's a number of credit unions. They function very similar to banks. The bottom line is that this economic crisis, if it hasn't taught us one thing, it has taught us this, that our community is not financially literate enough to avoid the vulnerability of getting trapped in some kind of financial fraud or something that they can't handle. This is part of the equation of building a new economy, an economy that is based on a people that truly understand financial transactions. The fact is we have 300,000 families in Los Angeles that are unbanked. They don't have an ATM, they don't have a checking account, and these are not the people that got defrauded. The people that got defrauded in the foreclosure crisis were the people at the next level. But nevertheless, they still were not able to meander through the process of a financial transaction without getting sucked into a fraud. So this is part of the equation of building an economy that is based on a financially literate society. But in order to do that, we have to have people have the ability to get to a bank and feel safe about it. One of the problems I have, for example, is if somebody is banking in Van Nuys and gets on the bus, cashes their check in Van Nuys, and takes the bus, miles away with $500 in their pocket or $300 in their pocket, it's not a safe thing to do. And there's far too many communities that have to do just that. That's why they use the check cashing places. And obviously, the check cashing places, on average, charge $700 a year to their customers just to cash a check. Imagine if every time you cash a check, you had to pay $20, $30, $40, $50. But that's exactly what these people are doing. Now, these are the people who are least able to spend $700. So I appreciate your previous support on this matter. This would instruct the city attorney to develop the draft ordinance. It also would instruct the city treasurer to establish Business Development District Task Force with the CAO and CRA and our offices. Also instruct the CAO to report on the cost of implementation of such a project. Instruct the CLA to prepare a resolution asking the state to establish business development districts at their level as well. The amendment would simply include the representative of each council office on the PROS Business Development Task Force, and also include credit unions in this project. With that, I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. With that, let's go ahead on the substitute motion. If that's accepted as friendly, let's go ahead. Or the amendment, excuse me, not substitute, but the amendment is accepted as friendly. Please open the roll as amended. On this, before we vote?
Yeah, on this one. Can I just ask for a friendly amendment that we ask that be a map prepared? Because I think the graphic would help show where the deficiencies are and help support this and whatever could happen. Is that friendly?
The map is included.
Thank you.
Please tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
And that is approved. Next item, please. That's for closed session. Let's hold that. If we can go to the special meeting, please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Han, Weezer, Koretz, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson-Zine, Garcetti, 13 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. First items.
First items on the agenda are items for which public hearings have been held, items 21 through 23, and there is an amendment on item number 21 that has been distributed to the council members.
Okay. If that's accepted as friendly, we will, if anybody wishing to call 21 special.
Verbal amendment for
Mr. Parks?
21.
Go ahead.
And I've given it to the clerk for the wording. It's under 3E that we add number 1, which we instruct the personnel department to calculate all necessary layoffs through December 19, 2009. And number 2, we instruct the general manager of those affected departments to identify the number and classification of employees within the same service category or program required to be laid off to achieve the operational plan savings and submit the list to personnel department by December 31st, 2009.
Okay. Well, without objection, we'll accept that as friendly. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved as amended. Next items.
Next item is item number 24, and that is an item for which public hearing has not been held, and I believe there is a card on that item.
Okay. Anybody wishing to call that special?
And there is a card on that, if you would like to hear
Yeah,
the
let's
card.
call that special. Sorry, we've had a public hearing on that, though?
No, that has not been held, and if you'd like to take that up now as part of the special meeting, if you wish, before going into closed session.
Okay. Let's go ahead and call that special for a card from the public. I'm sorry, we did vote on 22 and 23 then?
Yes, that was in that group with
We did those
21.
together. I'm sorry, I thought we were just voting on 21, that's why I was confused. Okay, we'll call 24 special, and the other ones are closed sessions. Are those requiring public hearings as well?
There is a card, I believe, on 25, if you'd like to hear that
Okay, yeah, let's take the
in the special meeting.
Sure, let's take 24. Mr. Sachs, if you'd like to come forward on item number 24. And then we'll go to item 25 after that.
Thank you again. There was a recent article regarding the excess amount of Quimby fees and the fact that none of it's being spent. How is that possible? Why is that possible? Well, I know why it's possible. I mean, look at the city council leading from behind, always charging, leading from behind. But who's overseeing it? What is the policy on collecting the money here? What is the policy on deciding on the amount? Why not collect the money? What will happen with the Grand Avenue project? There's a project that's got fees for parks. When will they start building the parks for the Grand Avenue project? When will they decide whether to initiate the fine for the related company that's supposed to develop the Grand Avenue project? We heard some great discussion regarding vested development areas. You had a discussion with the Grand Avenue project. You have an agreement. They're supposed to be paying fines. Money is supposed to be for the public benefit is not collected. Money for private developers, that's available.
Thank you. Our item 24 is before us. Any members wishing to call that special from the council? Seeing none, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is approved. Next, we'll take public comment for the closed session, item number 25, Mr. John Walsh, and then followed by Arnold Sachs.
John Walsh, HollywoodHighlands.org. City of Pomona's petition to reallocate sales tax. Vote no. Okay? And that's about it for today. I'm going to kick back my full 2 minutes. I won't be here Tuesday. This is the agenda. It's a very boring meeting. Don't even watch it. Just read the back files of HollywoodHighlands.org. Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye. See you soon, no doubt, and have a good weekend. Arnold Sachs is our next speaker, number 25.
Thank you again. Well, you're going to have closed session regarding the City of Pomona's petition to reallocate sales tax. I hope when you go into another closed session, or I hope to see on your agenda an item regarding Fresno's court case with the marijuana dispensaries. How the judge...
Sorry, sir, that's not germane to what's before us today. That is very appropriate for general public comment, and we welcome that, but right now, we have a specific case in that anything relates to anything, you can relate it, but I'm making the judgment that it's not related to what's before us. So, would you like to say anything about this specific city?
You'll have a case that's going to be heard in court. A judgment is going to be given out by the judge. The judge will issue a ruling or an opinion. He may even order a writ or a stay, but he will issue some kind of something regarding this case, and the city will abide by it or decide to appeal it. If that's the process that is taken, why is it different for other cases?
I'm sorry, sir, it's because all government stuff you could say relates to one another, but if you don't have anything to say specifically about the City of Pomona's case before us, we appreciate those comments, and I welcome them next meeting in our general public comment on the City of Fresno. Okay? Thank you, sir. We appreciate your comments. we'll close our public comment on that. We'll now go, I think, since we have a special meeting and we want to take into account the convenience to the public of coming in and out, Mr. City Attorney, did you want to?
That's correct, Your Honor. To assist the public in following the meeting, I believe it would be acceptable to continue the closed session items from the special meeting to the regular meeting.
Okay, let's go ahead and continue those into the regular meeting. We will now, in accordance with California state law, go into our closed session for discussions of legal matters that are before us and for employee relations matters as well. And with that, we will come back into open session after that.
And Mr. President, I'm sorry, I believe there was a card on number 20, if you wanted to take that up before going into closed session.
I'm sorry. Yeah, why don't we hold on that? We'll take up item number 20 then.
And that's also a closed session item as well.
Mr. Walsh, are you still here? Mr. John Walsh? Oh, he was done with his time, so we'll let that for the record. That was that on item 20, so make sure, and that was for items 21 and 23, so we'll make sure Mr. Walsh was recorded as having cards for all three of those. Okay, and we'll go into closed session in accordance with California state law and come back shortly. Thank you all.
Welcome to Connie Martinson Talks Books. My guest today is the eminent photographer Yusuf Kosh. He is an artist. And as his friend Ben Shahn said, it is the mission of art to remind man that he is human. Well, my guest has captured something in mankind and womankind that is noble. And we will be back in 30 seconds with our guest, Yusuf Kosh, author, photographer of Kosh, a 50-year retrospective.
You know, children are born learners. They love to discover things.
And that's where reading comes in.
RIF, Reading is Fundamental, is a nationwide program that gets kids into reading. And kids who read grow up to be adults who read.
Find out how RIF can help in your community, or even in your own home. Write RIF.
R-I-F.
Because once a kid starts to read, the world is an open book.
Welcome back. We're talking with Yusuf Kosh, author, photographer of Kosh, 50 Years Retrospective, published by Little Brown. And welcome, Mr. Kosh.
I'm happy to be here.
And I hope the camera is now picking up the magnificent portrait of the Pope that is on this page. And on the other side are the Queen and Prince Philip. This is in color, which is not how people usually know your work.
Well, this is the first book I have, although I have published a number of them. We have a special chapter in color of many of the people who are affecting our life.
This book is really a work of art. It is magnificent. I am thrilled to have had the privilege to read it, to look at it, to own it. Let me tell our friends in the audience a little bit that this is the first time you really have written the story of Yusuf Kosh, how you came at age 16 to Canada.
Yes, about that time, and I came from Armenia after the massacre of the Armenians by the Turks.
Mm-hmm. You were 16 and spoke very little French or English at that point.
That's right, yes. And I came to Canada with the hope that that an uncle of mine, Nakash, would help to facilitate my being a physician. But I ended up by being a photographer, and I'm very happy about it.
And years later, you brought your mother and father?
Happily, I brought my father and mother and my brothers first. And this is a happy turn of event in my life, because not many have the privilege of being able to enjoy their father and mother after they have been in position to help.
Let's start with little Yusuf, who then goes to Boston and is apprenticed to Mr. Garrow.
That's right. Well, those were the formative 3 years of my life. It was during Prohibition, but Garrow did all of his photography by available light, by natural light. And so in Boston, after the hour of 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he would welcome his friends who would call on him from the world of art and science. And for instance, he would receive Kudzewicki or Arthur Fiedler or some writers from the Boston Transcript. And I was the happy recipient of all this conversation.
You mentioned, by the way, the Boston Transcript. I must say my husband began as nightclub and where to dine editor for the Boston
How
Transcript.
very interesting.
It was a marvelous
It was
newspaper.
a very responsible, very fine newspaper.
Yes.
I grew my teeth more or less in the English language while trying to read.
And I love where you mentioned the Boston Public Library in this book.
Yes, well, that was just opposite Garo's studio, and Garo used to tell me, now go today and look at the work of Rembrandt. So you look at the portfolio, or Velázquez, or Sargent, or any of the great artists.
And yet, looking at your paintings, the portraits, I would feel Vermeer had been a great influence in your work.
Well, I suppose all these giants of art will have influence on you, because how can you not be impressed by the glorious era of the Renaissance, of the art or science? Because almost anything we hear, the music or read literature, all that leave influence on us. I would like to feel that Vermeer had some influence on me, but this is all very, very wonderful. When I can succeed in making a portrait of a person and combine the many moods of that personality into one photograph, then I feel that is a contribution.
Well, I'm holding up the picture of Hemingway, Ernest Hemingway.
Yes.
You have a few pictures of him in this book.
This is another unexpected presentation in this book, a little of a surprise. We have multiple images, and of Hemingway we have 5 different photographs, and they are almost all a revelation of what the mood of this man were like.
The first one is that I passed before.
Yes. That is the one that is very...
the most known.
The best known, yes.
Of Karsh photographing
That's right.
Hemingway.
Yes.
Then on the next page is a different, softer look.
Well, more melancholic as well. Softer but melancholic. And in retrospect, what happened now, we realize that these photographs are almost significant and very symbolical of all of his life. Particularly this one you were about to turn, and that's quite a complex and very bewildered expression.
Mr. Karsh, you say in the book that before you will go meet anyone, you have already done what I call the homework.
That's right, and it is exactly that.
When you went to meet Ernest Hemingway, what were you looking to ask him? What was...
Oh, well, that was, of course, you probably recall in this book, I was told that if you want to endear yourself to Hemingway, you must appreciate his favorite cocktail, and that was daiquiri. So immediately as I arrived to Havana, I went directly to the La Floridita Club and tried to do my homework there. And as I sipped the first cocktail of daiquiri, there was a revolution broke all around me. They were firing. So rather than to surrender the drink, I sat down on the carpet and enjoyed it. And the next day when we met him early morning, when the American ambassador took me to introduce me to him, the official left early in the morning, about 8:30, and suddenly Hemingway went to the kitchen and shouted, "Karsh, what will you have to drink?" I said, "Daiquiri, sir." Oh, he said, "Good God, at this hour of the day?" So this is often, I mention to would-be young photographer that sometimes excessive preparation can play boomerang.
Mr. Karsh, we're going to break for 1 minute, and when we come back, I'm going to ask you about the man who, in a sense, made Yusuf Karsh, the picture of Churchill. And we will be back with our guest, Yusuf Karsh, author-photographer of Karsh, a 50-year retrospective published by Little Brown.
You know, children are born learners. They love to discover things.
And that's where reading comes in. When kids read, they think, they learn.
Look, a gastropoda shell.
But when they don't read, a lot of their natural curiosity goes untapped. which puts them at a real disadvantage, both in school today and the world tomorrow.
That's why there's RIF.
R-I-F. Reading is fundamental.
That's right. RIF is a nationwide nonprofit program that gets kids into reading. Not by making it something they have to do.
By making it something you want to do.
You see, with the right encouragement, kids do like to read. And kids who read grow up to be adults who read. Find out how you can help bring RIF to your community. Or if your kid's not reading, find out how RIF can help you in your own home. Write RIF.
R-I-F.
Because when a kid starts to read, the world is an open book.
Welcome back. We're talking with Yusuf Kosh, eminent photographer, artist, a man who catches the noble part of man's spirit. And we are looking at his book, Kosh, a 50-year retrospective published by Little Brown. Mr. Kosh, the picture I'm holding up is the man who, in a sense, you captured his spirit and it made you.
It was the right time of history, the right time of the right man of that time of history. This was photographed 2-3 weeks after Pearl Harbor and during the darkest hour in the history of this free world. And photographed him in Ottawa soon after he had addressed the combined House of Senate and Congress in Washington. And you recall that very familiar saying of his, which was essence of defiance, some chicken, some neck. And I saw this attitude and I photographed him immediately after that in Ottawa. But evidently he was not prepared to be photographed. He had a cigar in his mouth. I managed to disarm him of the cigar, but ever so delicately and so respectfully. And after the defiant image he gave me, he straightened up. He said, "You can take another one." And this is the one we gave him immediately afterward. And what is extraordinary about this photograph, it was a symbol of the determination and the
British Bulldog.
British Bulldog, precisely. And one of your former commentator colleague, Edward R. Morrow, when he saw this portrait of Churchill, he said, here is the man who marshaled the English language and sent it into battle when we had little else.
Mr. Kosh, when you go, I know in this case you took the picture right outside of the hall where he had been speaking. But now when you make an appointment or you are asked to come photograph a president or a king,
yes,
who goes with you? What sort of cameras do you use in the developing? This for my friends who are photographers.
Yes, and there are many. You have many friends, indeed. Well, I have all the familiar cameras, miniature cameras, but essentially these portraits in essence are made with a large format camera, 8 by 10, 14-inch Ektar lenses. I go with sometimes 1 or 2 assistants who care about carry the lights. In essence, I use electronic flash, stroboscopic lights when I'm in Europe, and at times even the United States. But I would prefer working with the tungsten light, floods and spots. But in Europe, because the problem of strong enough electricity, I use electronic flash strobes.
There's a picture on page 63 that I'm looking for that, here it is.
Oh yes,
with
that's one of my favorite.
Mauriac.
Francois Mauriac. This I did in Paris soon after the war, and we climbed up 6th floor only to discover there was no electricity in the building that day. So I waited, but in vain. So towards the end of the day, I borrowed a white sheet from the housekeeper and held it and asked him to sit by a window, and this turned out to be much better than I could have anticipated with the use of light. So that from photographic point of view, this is just natural light, and even in the outline of the face, this light, there are details and texture in that very highlight. So it is one of my favorites. And also it is one of his mood, because he was very pessimistic writer.
Yeah, well, he's an existentialist philosopher of France who in many ways affected Camus and the whole French literature.
Very true.
And it's caught there, that feeling, the blackness of humanity. On the other side, though, is the man who captured the humor, and again, the English philosopher, playwright, George Bernard Shaw.
That's right. That's a lovely one of him, and there is, I think, we have another one here of him that's very, very classical picture. This was taken in 1943, and I remember telephone H.G. Wells, which is the opposite photograph, and he immediately said, come over this afternoon. I said, I'm sorry, sir, I'm photographing the Archbishop of Canterbury. Well, come tomorrow. I said, tomorrow, I'm very sorry, I'm photographing Shaw. So ultimately, when I went to photograph H.G. Wells, he said, I see you've been wasting a little bit of your talent photographing George Bernard Shaw. And then he said, when the future generation unearth the ruins of London, they will see Shaw, more Shaw, and more Shaw's photographs. But unfortunately, they will take him to be the typical Englishman. So this great intellect, they always had a little intellectual duel among themselves.
Do you develop your own work?
I have a studio in Ottawa. All the work is processed in Ottawa. I have my technician, but I must see the first one. I go into the lab, and we process all the photographs one by one.
Because in this picture of Rudolf Nureyev, I said to you, my feeling was that it was like a painting as far as the aesthetics of balance. Did you crop it? Did you catch this? How did this happen?
Oh, yes. I do not, from my point of view, I do not attribute any special virtue to cropping or lack of cropping. Because when you write a definitive book, you don't care to impress the world that this was my first draft. There's no merit in that. The merit is what is the final result. In this case, I had photographed him as a dancer, which is a glorious dancer, but suddenly it was soon after he had taken the role of Rudolph Valentino. So I immediately said, you have taken the role of the most famous lover of the 20th century. Let's look at those sensuous lips of yours, and that's the mischievous attitude he gave me.
The word mischievous, you have I keep referring to your pictures as paintings, but that is the feeling one feels in looking at this book. These are paintings, works of art. Mischievous. Joan Miro, Pablo Picasso in this book. What did you do with them to capture that light in the eyes that is the childishness, the mischievousness?
Well, I suppose the light is there already. All you have to do is just open a little window to see it. I don't think I can take any credit for that, except when you look at Miro, that whimsical face of his suggests all kind of joyful experiences. And Picasso, likewise, his creativity give you this vast expansion of his mind.
Albert Einstein.
Well, here is essential goodness and greatness. There is a great deal of compassion in those eyes. And I remember he was the first person where I put in a tape recorder after asking him if we may record the few naive questions I may put before him and his answers. He said, why not, why not? But suddenly I became intimidated for the first time, and the only occasion where I find this machine was intimidating me. So I took it out, and only we produced it afterward, only to discover that he had imparted to us a great deal of wisdom about the future of the world. And when the great humanitarian died, the great scientist, Canada used a segment of this profound thought of his as a tribute to him.
You have one portrait of the King Faisal. Now, in the Islamic religion, isn't it against, in a sense, the religion to take pictures that you're capturing someone's soul?
Well, that was the general belief. I believe they have gotten over that completely now. This is taken at the Fairmont Hotel in San Francisco during the United Nations organization. And I remember he was Prince Faisal of Saudi Arabia at the time. He was the foreign minister. And I was invited to sit down with him and have a little glass of orange juice. And I reminded Prince Faisal that I have listened to all the members of principal power make speeches. How is it that His Royal Highness has not made a speech? He delivered himself with one of the most unusual saying. He said, Karsh, Brother Karsh, public speaking is like the desert, is like the sand of the desert. It blows constantly without doing any good. There's some good in it, some reason.
Talk, though, about that, capturing someone's soul in a picture, because you do, whether it's Harry Truman, who in a sense looks like Puck, The mischievousness of this man is there. Or Ronald Reagan. What do you do that captures that soul, Mr. Karsh?
Well, I suppose I'm imbued with their contribution to the world. That is easy enough. I really don't have any intelligent answer to that very interesting question. But I go there with a great deal of preparation. My experience come to my head. There is some little gift which I have that we have immediate rapport, immediate understanding. And then you leave everything unfold naturally. With President Reagan, it's not unusual to feel that he treats portrait photographers very much like he would treat a director of the film. He would accept it. With the President Truman, he looked so congenial because it was soon after the headline in one of these papers said, Dewey had won. All these are circumstances that come to your assistance.
The pictures of Fidel Castro.
Yes.
You seem to have a different view of him than we are seeing at the moment.
At the moment, of course, is very unfortunate and very sad. But these photographs must not speak only the moment, but rather
to the
they must be
generations.
to generations to come. I treated him principally as a man of letters, and he reads. As you mentioned, the reading of Camus earlier, and others, Sartre, and Hemingway, etc. And as such, he is a fascinating man as a human being. But as a politician, that's something else.
You spent time in Russia.
Yes, on the invitation of Khrushchev, my wife and I, and we spent 7 weeks photographed their dancers, their men of letter, I photographed Konstantin Simonov, who is their foremost writer. He was the Hemingway of Russia, if you please. And when he received my wife, he raised a glass of wine. He said, I drink to your shoes, the shoes that brought you under my roof.
How lovely. As I'm holding this up, and we're going to break for 1 minute, but we're going to come back and talk about the segment in this book called On Assignment, which is, in a sense, a departure from your usual work.
Complete.
We will be back in 1 minute with our guest, Yusuf Karsh, author-photographer of Karsh, a 50-year retrospective published by Little Brown.
You know, children are born learners. They love to discover things.
And that's where reading comes in. They learn.
Look, a gastropoda shell.
But when they don't read, a lot of their natural curiosity goes untapped, which puts them at a real disadvantage, both in school today and the world tomorrow.
That's why there's RIF.
R-I-F. Reading is fundamental.
That's right. RIF is a nationwide non-profit program that gets kids into reading. Not by making it something they have to do.
By making it something you want to do.
You see, with the right encouragement, kids do like to read. And kids who read grow up to be adults who read. Find out how you can help bring RIF to your community. Or if your kid's not reading, find out how RIF can help you in your own home. Right, RIF.
R-I-F.
Because when a kid starts to read, the world...
Welcome back. We're talking with Yusuf Karsh, author of Karsh, 50 Years, a Retrospective, published by Little Brown. Mr. Karsh, I'm holding up for the camera and our friends to see the segment that is On Assignment. Now, this is not a head of state. This is not an actress. These are people.
But my interest is equal with plain ordinary men and women as well. This is especially significant to me because you see a great deal of nobility, even though the man is unknown. He was a patient coming to a hospital with all his worldly belonging in this white bag and his white cane to have an operation for cataract. But happily I followed through. He was cured and flown in a helicopter to his homeland. The same thing with the lady in the hospital, the Eskimo lady. And you feel a great deal of serenity. It gives you comfort to know that her belief that she will soon be cured because of the affection and understand she will have from doctors.
Mr. Karsh, I am most aware in this book of, as I said, you're looking for the nobility in humankind. But I don't see any too much, what have you ever taken of the Turks? What goes back to your childhood in Armenia? And the Holocaust of the Armenians. Have you ever been able to photograph something that speaks to that?
Well, I wish there could be. That applies to all the inhumanity to man today. I wish you could find the answer, what we could photograph to deter this sad infliction of oppression and massacres. But I do believe I came out very rich from that experience, although I have a heavy price to pay. I lost 3 of my family, uncles that were very gifted in the massacre between 1914 and 1918. But I had a remarkable mother where on one occasion I went to her at the age of 7 I was. The Turkish children wanted to search my pocket. What could there be in them? Just a few marbles. Yeah. So I resented and did not give it to them. So they took a stone and hit me right in the forehead. I went to my mother bleeding but defiant. I said, wait, from now on I will be the one who will carry small stones with me. And then she took me closer to her. She said, my son, do you really think they know what they are doing? However, if you have to retaliate in self-defense, be sure you miss. Do not come to their level. And that wonderful advice of let the bygone be bygone, if you can set an example that you are an Armenian by descent, a very proud Armenian, you are a Canadian, you are a citizen of the world. By your example, you can create more goodness than you would defiant and challenging.
I think that is what I feel in what you have here in this book, and that's what I began the show by saying, the nobility in humankind, the sense of reaching for something greater and better outside of ourselves. Let me just hold up the back, because there is, who took this picture?
I took that myself. I set up the camera. I had a Polaroid made of one of the boys in my studio and sat down and gave myself the benefit of the doubt.
And what did you say to yourself, Mr. Karsh? I mean, having investigated your own history.
That you have to be, set a good example to amateur photographers, that self-photographs, self-portraits could be made rather interesting.
Mr. Karsh, will you autograph my book for me? It is something I shall treasure.
Thank you.
I wish I could hold up each and every page for you all to see, because each page is like having a photographic art gallery in your home with this book. It is a book, again, as I've said, get one of those cookbook stands, put this book up, and each week turn a page so your family can share that experience. If you're interested in writing, each page is almost, we'll give you a jumping off spot to write a short story, because each person has a story, and in their eyes is the world. If you would like a copy of our publication, Good Books, write to me, Connie Martinson, P.O. Box 691640, Los Angeles, California, 90069. We'll tell you about some other books we've liked recently. Marilee Zdenik's The Right Brain Connection. Important book, again, if you're creative, because she has all the exercises here to make you almost leap into your own subconscious and find intuitively where is the creative aspect and how can you use it. Another very important book, The Little Black Pill Book, put out by Bantam. This is a book that will tell you about prescription drugs that are overused and ill-used, and what are some of the side effects. It may not be your fault that you're feeling nervous, drugged, paranoia. It may be some of the medication you're taking, and be sure to question your doctor, but you also have to be responsible for yourself. The Organized Executive, important book, again, if you're working, teaches you how to put your things in order, what sort of a file cabinet even to order. Very good book for someone just going back to work. And I must tell you before we leave, a book that is also a beauty, The Joy of Pasta. Marvelous pictures, great sort of, terrific recipes on various eating of pastas. And don't forget, the book my friend Mr. Karsh has photographed and written, Kosh, a 50-year retrospective published by Little Brown. You will be glad that you've enriched your own life. Thank you, Mr. Kosh,
Great
so
pleasure
much.
to be with you indeed.
We will see you next week.
The preceding has been a presentation of the Los Angeles Public Library.
Before approaching an intersection, so that's why 2 wrong turns don't make a right turn. Now let's learn about tailgating.
Hey, that's how I got my ticket.
You got a ticket for tailgating? That's not good. That can be really annoying.
Doesn't get you there any faster.
It leaves you no distance to brake.
Which makes it easier to get into a crash.
And it also may increase your insurance premium. And I hate tailgaters. Tailgating causes crashes. Back off. Watch the road.
G'day, Troy McCubbin from North Hollywood. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35, our city, our channel.
You're behind the scenes on the set of Disney Channel's Even Stevens. My name is Margot Harshman. I play Tawny Dean. And let me tell you guys, I just love math and science. I especially love solving problems. Everybody else's problems. You guys can't miss this episode of the NASA Y-Files. It's a show about real-life inventors who look at problem solving in a whole new way. So why don't you go join the Treehouse Detectives and see if you can help them with their wacky invention.
Hey, you hear me? Yeah, you come see our clubhouse in a tree. We are kids on a mission to educate ourselves about the NASA vision. Come explore math and science, cause that's what makes our alliance. We are the Wildfire Club. We yearn to learn and want to see everything that we can be. So come join us on our journey. Don't you touch that dial. And welcome to the NASA Y-Files.
In this episode of The Case of the Right Invention, you'll be asked to answer the following questions. Who were Orville and Wilbur Wright? How is the invention process similar to the scientific method? And how do the Treehouse Detectives use the problem board for the invention process? When you see this icon, it's a clue that the answer is near. Now pay attention as the Treehouse Detectives uncover the case of the right invention.
I'm bored. You need something fun to do. We need an adventure.
Did I tell you? I'm going to build a kite and enter it in the U.S. Air Force's Museum Annual Kite Festival in Dayton, Ohio.
No way. That is so cool. What kind?
I don't know yet.
I brought this really cool book. It had all kinds of trivia. Did you know that people in China have been flying kites for over 3,000 years?
You guys won't believe what happened to me yesterday. I still can't believe it. I was riding home from the treehouse as it was getting dark, and a car almost hit me.
Are you all right?
Uh-huh, but it scared me. I wish bikes were easy to see at night. That happened to me once. Maybe we could find something on bike safety on the internet. That's a good idea.
And in science news, today marks the first day of the annual Invention Innovation Convention. Our reporter, I Am Listening, is down at the Thomas Edison Center with this report.
Thanks, Ted. Kids from across the country are gathering here to showcase their latest and greatest inventions, each one hoping to win the coveted Kid Genius Award. Kids Science News Network will be bringing you live, up-to-the-minute coverage of this historic event. Back to you, Ted.
I wish someone would invent a device that holds scalding hot coffee. Ow! What an amazing invention! This is Ted Toon saying good night from KSNN.
Now you're talking.
Yeah, we can do this. We should have entered contests, because I bet we could win.
We're the Treehouse Tic-Tac. I know we can win this contest with our
invention. We won the extraordinary contest last year, didn't we?
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Treehouse Detectives, I am honored to accept this award.
What should we invent?
Yeah, come on, we can do this. We just have to put our minds to it. We always start at the beginning.
Yeah, ask questions. Like, what do inventors do?
What's an inventor?
Here we go. The Wright brothers. They were really big inventors. This is the story about how they invented the aeroplane. Oh, I get it. The airplane.
When you drive a wagon, you don't have to worry about it tipping over, do you?
Well, that depends upon the smoothness of the road.
Orville, pay attention. No, you steer a wagon to make it go where you want it to go, but you don't have to worry about it tipping over because it's stable. However, a bicycle is completely different. When you're riding a bicycle, you have to steer like a wagon, but you must also constantly shift your weight from side to side as you ride to prevent the bicycle from falling over because it's an unstable vehicle.
What are you getting at, Wilbur?
Well, instead of stability, we should concentrate on the ability to control an airplane. It should be an unstable vehicle. You should have to balance an airplane in the air.
Much like you have to balance on a bicycle. Isn't that what birds do? Balance in the air.
Yes, the problem of balance is the problem of flight itself. We can control the pitch and yaw of an airplane, but no one's been able to control the rolling from side to side. Orville, I believe we can. It's only a question of knowledge and skill, as in all acrobatic feats. It may not be as easy as learning to ride a bicycle, but this is a problem we can solve. You and I.
Well, Wilbur, what are we waiting for? We've got work to do.
That was really strange. It was like I was really there, talking to the Wright brothers.
Maybe this is a clue. The Wright brothers must have realized that they could solve the problem of flight, as they called it, once they understood the basic problem.
You know what? Let's talk to Dr. D.
Yeah, he'll know where we should start. Like Orville said, what are we waiting for? We've got work to do. Let's go.
I'll download a Get Up and Go form from the NASA Wi-Fi's website. Hi, Dr. D.
Oh, hi, kids. What's up?
We want to become great inventors, but we don't know where to start. Can you help us?
How do you get an idea for an invention?
Hold on. Take this one step at a time. The first thing you have to understand is the invention process.
Is that anything like the scientific method?
Very similar. Scientific method, you start by identifying or recognizing a problem. In the invention process, you begin by identifying a need or want. A list of things that annoy or frustrate you is a starting point. You might call this a bug list.
I know lots of things that bug me, like my sister.
Let's take an example that you're bugged because you're always losing your portable CD player. The next step in the invention process is to think of solutions to the need or want.
That sounds a lot like the second step in the scientific method. An idea would be to paint the CD player a bright color so that you can see it easily.
I like the idea to have it beep when you clap your hands.
You're really getting into this now. Once an inventor has a list of possible solutions, the next step is to evaluate each one to decide which one to develop.
Maybe we could choose the cheapest one.
Or maybe we could choose the one that we can make by ourselves.
Yes, once you have standards or criteria, it helps to be able to judge amongst the possible solutions. You can then do research to narrow it down. The next step is to make a model and test it.
That's like testing the hypothesis.
That's right.
So if we use the bright color, we have to test it to find out which color worked best.
I'll bet inventors alter and improve their models as they test it. Just like we have to modify our hypothesis if it doesn't match the data.
You guys are really getting good at this. Try to keep an accurate record of your entire process. It's really important. It's like keeping a science journal.
Well, I saw a design log on the NASA Wi-Fi's website. It should help us keep track of our ideas and progress. I'm sure we'll find plenty of cool ideas to put on our bug list. Or our need list.
Wait a minute. Something that I really need. I'm trying to find a really great way to show the scientific principle of inertia.
Isn't inertia something about objects that rest staying at rest?
Yes, that's pretty good. It also explains that objects in motion remain in motion unless a force acts upon them. I always use the bowling ball to explain the part about staying in motion, but I want to find a more exciting way to do it.
How can we help?
Why don't you think of some possibilities and we'll talk about it later. Hey, I got an idea for you. Why don't you check out the National Gallery of Young Inventors and see who was inducted into the Inventors Hall of Fame this year?
Let's use your computer, Dr. D.
Go right ahead.
I read about someone named Lindsay Clement from Longview, Texas. She's being inducted into the National Gallery of Young Inventors. Let's contact her and ask her about her invention. Hi, you must be Lindsay Clement. We're the Treehouse Detectives, and we wanted to ask you about your invention.
Sure.
Exactly what does your invention do?
This is a gumball machine. It helps pick up sweet gumballs in my backyard.
How does it work?
As you push the machine forward, these mesh wheels grab the gumballs and carry them around to the front, where they are collected in this basket.
How did you come up with the idea for your invention?
Well, I was at the driving range with my dad, and I saw the golf ball collector cart picking up the golf balls, and I figured if it worked for golf balls, why couldn't it work for gumballs?
That's cool. What did you do first?
Well, first I started drawing to see what it might look like, and then I started building.
What was the most difficult part?
Probably finding something that would actually pick up the gumballs. I experimented with lots of different materials until I finally came up with wire mesh.
That's great. We're trying to make our own invention. Do you have any advice?
If you have anything that you think might solve a problem or help fix something, stick with it. Be willing to try new things if they don't work. And design and test your ideas. You really have nothing to lose.
Especially when you end up being inducted into the National Gallery of Young Inventors. Maybe we'll be there one day. What an honor. Congratulations. I wonder if the Wright brothers had a bug list.
My bug or need list is long.
Not as long as mine.
Crazy.
You're not afraid of bugs.
This is really weird. Have you ever seen anything like this? This place makes me feel like I've gone back in time. Okay, is this really happening? Ow! Okay, I'll be brave and walk right up to him. Excuse me, sir. Could you help me?
That's it! Orville! Orville, I've got it! Excuse me. I figured it out. Look, I've solved the control problem. It's right here. Watch. As I squeeze and release, the wings rotate up and down.
Hello? What are you doing?
Oh, excuse me. I'm Orville Wright. This is my brother, Wilbur. Wilbur may have just discovered the answer to the basic problem of flight control.
Here, pretend this box is an eagle. If you twist the box in the middle, one wing rotates down, causing the air to go over it, making it go down. The other wing rotates up, causing the air to go under it, making it go up.
We've observed birds doing this, and now we think we've discovered a way to do the same thing with an aeroplane.
Please, excuse us. We have so much work to do.
I bet you do. May I take a picture of you before I go?
Okay.
Great. Thanks a lot. That was an interesting idea. Where'd you get it?
My brother. Go figure.
Dr. D was right. It takes lots of work to allow yourself to see things in new ways. You guys, the most unbelievable thing just happened. Look at this picture I just took. You saw me take this picture of the Wright brothers.
You took that? Amazing.
That's not real. I knew you wouldn't believe it, but I was just talking to Orville and Wilbur Wright.
Huh? Impossible. How could they still be alive?
Well, I can't explain it. But it was as if they were just discovering the concept of wing warping. They'd already identified their problem, and it was as if I was watching them take their first step towards solving it.
Maybe we need to take our first step.
But we haven't identified the problem yet.
Let's look at the bug board. So many of our ideas are about bike safety. Why don't we work on that?
I'll go to the problem board.
I think we should concentrate on making them more visible at night.
Works for me.
Good. Now what do we need to know?
I think we need to know more about being an inventor and the history of invention.
How do we do that?
Not sure. But maybe it would help if we found out what other inventors do.
I'm typing in the keyword invention. Here's a list of search results.
This site says there's a museum in Washington, D.C. The Lausen Center for the Study of Invention and Innovation. It's part of the National Museum of American History.
It sounds like one of the Treehouse detectives needs to get up and go.
So what's up? How can the Treehouse detectives make their bike more visible at night? What's the next step in the invention process? Do the Treehouse detectives have the right stuff to be inventors? You'll find out on the next segment of The Case of the Right Invention.
In part 2 of The Case of the Right Invention, you'll find out what is brainstorming. What do the Treehouse detectives learn about evaluating ideas? And how does Dr. Harrison help the Treehouse detectives?
Hi, are you Mr. Judd?
Yes, I am. Can I help you?
I'm Bianca, one of the Treehouse detectives.
Treehouse what?
Treehouse detectives. We're entering an invention contest, and we need to learn more about inventors.
Well, you come to the right place.
What do you do here?
Well, we do lots of things here. But we study invention, we do programs for young people, and we also collect papers from inventors.
Papers like their journals they use to keep notes on their inventions?
That's right.
Are there a lot of famous inventors?
Well, there are, but there are a lot you may not have heard of either. People like Beulah Henry. She had some 48 patents, which had all sorts of inventions like parasols and toys, and even an ice cream freezer in 1912.
I bet she had a big bug list.
You might want to read about Stephanie Kwolek.
Is she a scientist?
Yes, she went to school to study chemistry, and then she invented a stuff called Kevlar.
What is Kevlar?
Kevlar's a super strong fiber that's in everything from boats to airplanes today. In fact, we have an example here in our Gold Rush bicycle of a Kevlar.
Can anyone be an inventor?
Yes, we can all be inventive, but I think there will only be one Wright brothers.
How do you become an inventor?
Inventors are curious about things. They also try to improve inventions. And you know, some inventions just happen by accident.
I'm sure whoever made these bikes had a lot of fun.
Yes, sometimes people do invent just for fun. In fact, we've got a new exhibition, Invention at Play, which will encourage people to develop their own creativity through play.
Maybe we can come back for that. We're having trouble figuring out what to invent. Our problem is how to make bicycles safer at night.
Coming up with a solution is often the hardest part. Frequently, you have to keep trying different solutions before you get one that will work.
Well, I hadn't thought of that. Maybe if I look around at some of the great inventions, I'll get some ideas.
Yes, take a look at our bicycle collection, and also take a look at our solar-powered car.
Definitely. Thanks, Mr. Jeff, for all your help.
You're welcome.
Hello, Treehouse inventors.
Well, we're not inventors yet. We know our problem. Mr. Judd at the Linson Center said that a problem can have more than one solution, but we're having trouble finding at least one. Do you have any ideas?
Just the thing for you. It's called brainstorming.
But I forgot to bring my umbrella.
Oh, very funny. Brainstorming is something that helps you think creatively.
Is that where we're going to get together and toss us out ideas?
Yes, it is, but there's certain rules you have to follow. Someone has to record the ideas. Everyone needs to contribute ideas, and all ideas are accepted.
What if one of the ideas is silly?
That's all right. You're encouraged to give wild, silly, or even way out ideas in addition to the practical ones.
I'll be good at brainstorming.
How do we start?
You already have your problem, how to make a bike more visible at night. And I printed off a brainstorming web from the Y-Files website. It's a tool for brainstorming.
Thanks, Dr. D.
Why don't you practice by brainstorming my problem of inertia? Objects in motion remain in motion. Set a time limit. Come up with as many solutions as you possibly can.
Okay, let's sit in a circle. I'll put the timer on 5 minutes. I've got the timer. Okay, I'll be the recorder. Okay, let's go. I think it should be something on wheels.
How about a catapult that flings things far in the air? Or smoke rings. That'd be cool.
How about a paper airplane? I'd like to use a watermelon.
That's a silly idea.
Remember now, no criticism.
Okay. What do we do now?
Are there any solutions that are similar, can be grouped together?
Yeah, like catapulting a watermelon.
See, I told you.
And welcome back. We are here live again in City Council. We were in closed session to consider a number of labor relations and legal issues. We do require one vote, I believe, in open session for item number 20. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President, and that's in the cases of Hubbard versus the City of LA and Housing Coalition Los Angeles versus the City of LA. And the instruction is to instruct the city clerk to the city attorney to refrain from seeking appellate review in the entitled cases and to pay attorney's fees in the amount of $139,631.
All right, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
All right, that is approved. Next order of business.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Those are posted and referred.
And that clears the desk.
All right, announcements, colleagues. Mr. Parks?
I've been cleared by Janice Hahn to give this announcement. We really want to promote that young people over the next couple of days go to the formalized Halloween events in the community and not just roam the streets. And just want to relate to those that live in the 8th District, 77th Division, has a 3-day event at their station Friday through October 30th through November 1st. Elgin Sutton Park on Friday the 30th, Dinker on Friday the 30th, Expo Center on Friday the 30th, St. Andrews Playground on Saturday the 31st, and Van Ness on Saturday the 31st. And also USC has 2 events going, one at Hoover Recreation Center and also 24th Street Theater. Those are 2 events, both on the 30th. So I ask people to take advantage of those. They're much safer, and also they're supervised.
Thank you. Other announcements, Mr. Zion and Ms. Perry?
Thank you, Mr. President. Sunday in the All-American City, Canoga Park, 9th Annual Dia de los Muertos Festival, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. along Sherman Way between Topanga and Owens Mouth. That area will be dedicated to that Dia de los Muertos, 9th Annual in Canoga Park, All-American City. Again, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Everyone's invited. And also Sunday, 11 a.m., Mitzvah Day at Temple Aliyah in Woodland Hills on Valley Circle. Everyone's invited to that. And with that, the weekend will be wonderful. Those who want to go out on Hollywood Boulevard on Saturday night, the LAPD will be well prepared to make sure it's safe and secure.
And we encourage
have a
folks,
lovely Halloween.
And we've encouraged folks to be elsewhere. Some of the access to Hollywood Boulevard will be closed off. There's a couple events, but there will be no parking in the area. So there's other more appropriate places with more planned events than Hollywood. But thank you for
Well, if they plan to go to Hollywood, it'll be well policed with
Dennis Zine?
I will be there in my reserve capacity along with hundreds of officers.
So if you see a man dressed in a costume that looks like a police officer, that looks like Dennis Zine.
Here comes Little Pumpkin right now.
That is not his costume. That is actually his
There's a Little
uniform.
Pumpkin. Look at this.
Other,
Can we get a shot of that?
Other announcements? Ms. Perry, did you have an announcement? Or? No. Adjournment, okay. Are there any other announcements? If not, can I, Mr. Reyes.
Yeah, I think this is one that is actually Nuremberg District. Actually, it's in yours, Councilman Garcetti, Dia de los Muertos, El Centro, on Sunday, so that'll be fun.
El Centro del Pueblo in Echo Park. And also at the Hollywood Forever Cemetery, as always, there will be a wonderful celebration of Dia de los Muertos as well. And I know Mr. Parks has an introduction to make. Mr. Parks?
I just want you to meet Hannah Parks, 5 months old. She's Bobby Parks' 7th grandchild. I'm not old enough to have grandchildren. And it's Bernard Parks' first child.
Okay.
And she looks just like Bernard Parks Jr. when he was this age. Identical.
And he used to dress him just like that.
Yeah, and he dressed like this, yes.
Still does. All right. With that, any other announcements, colleagues? If not, can I ask everybody to please rise for adjourning motions? And Ms. Perry will have the first adjourning motion. Ms. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to do this
because many of you know this young man's father, and I'm going to try and get the camera on this. Can we get the camera on this? I don't know if... This is a photograph. There's a lot of glare here of Michael Edward Weston, and would you mind holding this? I can't hold it and read it at the same time. Michael Edward Weston, the son of Stephen Weston, or Steve Weston. Many of you have worked with him over the years. He was born December 29th, 1971 in Los Angeles, California, and I'm adjourning in memory of Special Agent and Major Michael Edward Weston. He was a graduate of State College Area High School, had degrees in computer science and economics from Stanford University, and graduated magna cum laude from Harvard Law School. While in law school, he joined the Marine Corps and served as an officer at Camp Pendleton. He had 3 tours of duty in Iraq with the Marines. After leaving active duty, he alternated between work as a special agent with the Drug Enforcement Agency in Richmond, Virginia, and the Marine Reserves. He had just begun a DEA assignment in Afghanistan when he met his untimely death. He died in a helicopter crash in western Afghanistan on Monday, October 26, 2009. He was known for his quick wit and wonderful stories. Like his dad, he was an honorable man, a leader, whether among friends in the Marines or the DEA, and I'm sure all of us send our deepest sympathies to his parents and family. He lived every day of his life to the fullest, and he loved being strong, using his strength to protect those he loved. He loved his country and believed that fighting terrorism was the best way to ensure our way of life. And I'd like to ask, and Mr. Huizar asked too, because he actually used to work for Steve Weston, his father, if we can all sign on to this
Absolutely.
resolution.
Yeah, we'll do all members for that. Absolutely.
Thanks for helping me out.
I just want to add to that.
Yeah, please. Sorry, Ms. Hunt.
Yeah, I really, I'm glad you did that today. If you have not seen today's LA Times, on column 1, there was a story about President Obama going to Dover to witness the transfer of these soldiers' bodies, and Steve was there, and apparently the president met in the small room with the 18 grieving families and spoke to each one. And according to the article, Steve, when the president was talking to him, Steve said, "I just wanted you to know that my son, like you, went to Harvard Law School." And just to make that connection, and I know the president has got some very serious decisions to make, but everyone should read this, but Steve was mentioned several times, and apparently Michael had just gotten married in May, a few weeks before he was shipped off this last time. So it's such a tragedy, and our hearts go out to Steve. No matter, he was 37 years old, but I don't think that makes any difference for the loss of a son, what their age was. But he certainly served our country well and asked for this assignment, wanted to do this. So he died serving this country in a very honorable way, but our hearts go out to Steve.
Absolutely. I know all members feel very deeply about that. Mr. Zahn.
I just want to add some comments. I remember having breakfast with Steve Weston on a few occasions, and with my career in law enforcement, he was so proud of his son that he entered a career in law enforcement, and he would boast about him, because I would talk about my son, he'd talk about his son, and a career in law enforcement, and what a gifted son he was, and what a proud dad he was. And I heard about this from Arnie Burkhoff a couple of days ago, this tragedy that occurred to the Weston family. Our prayers are with the family, and may he rest in peace.
Mr. Rosendahl.
I was shocked. I just made the connection with Steve Weston down here, who's, he's like my brother. We're the same age. We've hung out a little bit together, and he's a real positive spirit. And to hear that his son just passed away touches me very deeply. May he rest in peace.
Mr. Reyes.
I just want to publicly give my condolences to Steve Weston and his family. Working land use issues and him involved with the city going back to the early 90s. And to hear this happen is a real heartbreaker, and my heartfelt sympathies to Mr. Weston.
Thank you all, members. I know we're very, very deeply saddened to hear about that, and our love and support goes out to Steve and the entire Weston family, and remembers a hero today. Thank you. One other adjourning motion, colleagues. I ask the father of a friend of many folks around this horseshoe also passed away, renowned Bay Area Union and civil rights leader Edward Pete Lee, who is Reverend Eric Lee's father, passed away suddenly in Berkeley. He was the first African American to run for Berkeley City Council, and his son, who is the Southern Christian Leadership Conference president here in Southern California, Reverend Eric P. Lee, said his father was the reason he fights for social justice. Edward Pete Lee was hired by Bill Lucey to run the East Bay Labor Council in the 1960s, and he never stopped organizing. He collapsed Thursday evening at a meeting to help those who could not help themselves and was just 78 years young. He is survived by his son, the Reverend Eric P. Lee, and may he rest in peace, Edward Pete Lee. Any other adjourning motions, colleagues? If not, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll? We'll next be in session this coming Tuesday, that is November the 3rd. Please have a safe Halloween, everybody. We'll look forward to seeing everybody back here on Tuesday. Have a great weekend. This meeting of the City Council